All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Open Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Eamon. Good morning, Peter. Peter, how are you today, my friend?
I don't know. I'm okay. I'm okay. I had a weird night last night. So it just was one of those where, when you wake up suddenly and you're like, my God, what is happening? And you just don't feel good. Anyways, I got over it, went back to sleep, and it was fine. But it still made me feel unsettled this morning compared to normal. So hopefully we'll get through this day. It'll all be good. If I disappear suddenly, things are still unsettled.
All right, man. Let's hopefully everything gets under control. And yeah, man. Sorry to hear that. Eamon, good morning to you, man. How are you?
I am doing great, actually. The weather is amazing, and I'm looking to buy a Chinese car.
Whoa! To buy a Chinese car.
A Chinese car. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
what are you buying?
Something
like a
literally
Neo?
Chinese made. I'm looking at a Honchi. I don't know if you heard about them.
Never heard about them.
But
You guys send me links
in
so we can pull
Russia
this
right
up.
now, these Chinese car becoming so popular here in Russia. The prices are so friendly. I don't know if they're becoming famous out there as well, but the whole Russian market right now is just Chinese. So
really, you gotta send me.
Is it an EV that you're buying, like an electric vehicle, or is it?
No, it's not an electric vehicle, not electric. It's just But I'll show you the brand later. But yeah, it's actually interesting.
Send me
I was never interested in these Chinese cars or anything like that, but right now, especially with all the sanctions, literally all the sanctions, you know that to do regular checkup on an EU car or a US car that you do usually once a year, it costs around $5,000 right now, every 10,000 miles. And I'm like, it's not worth it. For these Chinese cars, it costs 300. For these Chinese cars, it costs like $300 a year. And I'm like,
makes sense where you're at.
Yeah,
it makes sense. Listen, do me a favor. Send me a link. I want to see what this car looks like. So send us a link so we can check it out. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'll
send it. How do you spell it?
I'll just send it right now to
I'll bring it up right
Carlos.
Here.
All
right.
And he can take a look at it. Yeah.
Look at that. We get excited for very small things, friends.
All right.
Very little things excite us. Eamon buying a Chinese car. We're very excited. We're very, very excited. Yeah. All right.
It's Chinese cars.
That's made our day. We'll take a look at that car in a second here. But first, quick look at our gap risk list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Friends, you can always head over there and get tools just like this one: scanners, market atlas, simulator for our beginners that want to practice, all kinds of stuff available to you. Tradingterminal.com. Make sure you check it out. So we'll dive into this list in just a second. Some familiar names on the gap side of things, and also on the downside of things with HIMS, ClearSpark, MRAM, which has been on our list more often in the last couple of days, Intel, and some of the semis gapping down a little bit this morning. So just cooling off. These guys have been red hot over the last week or so. Not everything, but most stuff hitting all-time highs. We'll see how they develop today as things try to cool off a little with the SPY, so pulling back a little bit into the red at this morning. Let's jump into Eamon, our market in 60 seconds from yesterday and what took place just a few hours ago.
So indexes closed at fresh all-time highs again. But honestly, it didn't feel like strong market yesterday. The entire move was basically chips carrying everything up with it. And this happened while oil was ripping higher after Trump called Iran's last proposal totally unacceptable. West Texas Intermediate crude jumped, I think, near $98, and Brent moved above $104. US gas prices right now sitting around $4.5 a gallon. I mean, that must hurt a bit, right? Normally, that kind of oil move pressures the market, but semis did not care. I mean, they did not care during the last few days, maybe the last few weeks, and I don't think they are going to care anytime soon. Qualcomm exploded around 10% after more AI data center optimism. Micron added another 6.5%, and NVIDIA kept grinding higher. It was actually a really good day for NVIDIA. Intel jumped around 6% after reports of possible Apple chip manufacturing deal, but then it slowly sold off during the day. And uh, right now, the focus is completely on CPI. So, on what to expect today, this is basically the most important event. CPI drops at 8:30 a.m. and I think this might be the most important inflation print we've had in months because remember, the market is already sitting at all-time highs, while oil is exploding higher in the background. The gas prices right now are around $4.5 dollars. Yeah, if you can go to the next slide, Carlos. So yeah, the gas prices right now are around $4.5 nationally after Iran tensions this weekend. So traders are watching one thing this morning. Did higher energy prices finally start leaking back into inflation? Consensus expects around 3.7% year over year, up from 3.3 that we had last month. And here why this matters so much. The market right now is priced almost perfectly. The AI optimism is pushing stocks to all-time highs day after day, but the inflation and oil are going to the opposite direction. So whichever side wins this morning probably is going to control the tone for the rest of the week. If CPI comes below 3.5%, you'll probably see yields drop fast, the rate cut hopes come back, and the semis will continue ripping higher. If it comes in around expectations, the market can probably calm down finally and just keep the focus on NVIDIA earnings that are coming next week. But if inflation just surges above 3.9%, that's where things could get messy, especially considering the gap down right now and the market really needs it's this pullback. We'll have higher yields, we'll have more pressure on tech, and finally, the market might start giving us the pullback that we are all waiting for.
Oh.
That's it for today. Yep. And now to Carlos with the gappers.
All right, awesome, Amy. Appreciate that. Man, it's I'm looking at your car. It's a nice piece of equipment.
It's a nice piece of Chinese thing, right? It looks Chinese.
This is what Eamon is looking to get here, friends, and I like the red line here. Looks very sportish and aggressive. Not bad, man. Not bad. I think you look good in this.
I look good in this. Okay, thank you. I mean,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I look
Peter,
good
I
in
think
this,
you're
I'm
on
getting
mute,
it.
Peter. I'm not sure if you're.
Sorry, yeah. Look at the size of that grill. That's a little crazy. It looks like it wants to eat the car in front of it.
Yeah.
See? I needed something that looks aggressive because I'm not aggressive.
Okay.
So you want the car to do it for you. I understand.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
I gotta say,
what's the name
nice.
of the brand? Hung. Oh, I never heard of these.
Hung Key.
QI.
Hung Key. Okay.
So there you go, man. All right, there you have it. So that's what Amos going to be rolling in. All right, love it, my friend. All right, Peter, let's go to you. I see you got some gas prices up. Plus, what U.S. economic we have stuff coming out for today.
Yeah, well, I was just checking on it because Eamon mentioned it, and yeah, he's absolutely right. $4.50, $4.55 on some reports is the average gas price in the U.S., ranging from about $4.10. Remember, in the Midwest story, it was hovering a lot lower. You know, it was around like $2.80 or something a couple months ago. So yeah, they've definitely gone up. And then of course California, as always, is the hot spot at the top price sits in California at $6.15 right now. So there you go. There's the gas prices across the U.S. What we're really looking forward to is on this economic calendar, like Eamon also mentioned, the CPI number. That's the big one. And the CPI number is coming out. The core, as he pointed out, was 2.7. The overall CPI is 3.7%. That's the year over year. The month over month is really, of course, what dictates, and that makes the change. and we're looking at 0.3 and 0.6 respectively on that. So we'll see when that comes out at 8:30. That'll be the big number of the day. All the rest of this stuff is all just background noise. So really, the CPI is the data point of the day. That, of course, in earnings. We continue with the earnings schedule. There's a whole lot going on. We'll talk about a bunch of them that are going to be on the gappers list and a few that didn't make the list. So we will, we'll go from there. And I have to admit, on this other screen, I've got the car company's website going, and yeah, I see what they're going after here. I love how Chinese cars, they're not afraid to imitate other vehicles. Their flagship SUV here, it looks a lot like Rolls-Royce, seems to be what they've modeled it after. Yeah. That's really what their SUV looks like. Very square front grille. Anyways, interesting. It's got the look. All right.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff, man. Beautiful stuff. Well, Eamon, once you get that bad boy, send us pictures. Enjoy. All right, let's take a look what's on our gappers list, friends. We'll start with the first one. I thought we saw this yesterday too. HTCO. We'll take a look here. HTCO this morning. We are gapping up 35%. Man, it just looks messy too on this 5 minutes. So if you look at it here, it just looks all over the place. But 3.9 million shares traded. It is a low flow at 1.6, Peter. So again, I'm not a big fan of it, but clearly moving again this morning as it's gapping up nicely here, 35%.
Yeah, HTCO. Sorry, I have to look this one up. I was car shopping. We saw these guys yesterday, didn't they? They came out, High Trend International Group. I recognize the name. They looks like let's see, they yesterday approved the new shares that are going into place. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, I still don't like it. This is like a holding company, right? A marine shipping company out of Singapore. I mean, I look at the way it traded yesterday, Carlos. I mean, I just see this is just a crazy stock that they're issuing additional shares here now. I don't like these holding companies because you can't predict them. There's no big money in this. Their regular daily volume is 1.7 million shares. Sure, yesterday they traded 4 million, but even at that volume, it's not. I don't know. It's not worth paying attention to. We get these on the list occasionally. I personally feel that you're better served just ignoring them. So that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. And get off my lawn. No, sorry.
You went straight to it, huh? There it is. Yeah. Peter's not playing around today. Get off his lawn. There it is on HTCO. I don't like it. I think there's going to be better things to look at. Like maybe this one here, guys, a QUBT. QUBT today, it is up 26%, guys. 11 million shares traded. So nice big pop for them. I don't see any of their friends. Oh, yeah. Towards the bottom, we got their friends here, Rigetti. But that's really about it. So it's definitely clearly just a QUBT thing happening right now. Up 26%, 11 million shares traded. Today could be the day where we put this on the list, Peter. I know mainly we've been avoiding it because they have not been trading all that well. It's just been stuck compared to what we're used to seeing them. High flying and trading with a lot of volume, moving nicely. We haven't seen that out of them in a very long time. But today could be the day. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, well, so we have a number of most of the quantum that we tend to follow reported in the last 24 hours. So last night we had QUBT and Rigetti, RGTI. And then this morning we had QBTS. So those are probably the big three that we watch. Of course, you can't forget IonQ and some of the others that are in the space. But, from pure quantum plays, those are the three. So QUBT reported after the close, and they had good earnings. But again, quantum, their stock price does not move based on earnings. It's largely irrelevant, right? Like, I mean, this is a company that gets, I don't know, like I think in this case, they beat their numbers because they had a couple $100,000 worth of sales. What's more interesting is, are they spending what they're supposed to? And I don't know if beating their number is a good thing. So, which means their earnings per share was was better than expected. So that would imply that they, manage their spending well. But don't we want them to spend, right? Do the research. Let's come out with massive quantum computers that are going to solve world problems. And combined with AI, are going to create robots that will take over our world and enslave us all. I mean, help us. reach a higher plane of existence. I'm not sure how to read the earnings report. So they beat their numbers. I think overall, it seems like there's a couple of good things and a couple of bad things. So for quantum computing here, QUBT specifically, they're saying that the numbers are one thing. More, what's interesting is the fact that they're incorporating some advanced tech into their compute solutions. I don't quite understand how, because what was, in their earnings report, they said they've integrated their solutions with LSI and NuCrypt to add lasers and photonics into their quantum communications to broaden defense and aerospace applications. Like, Carlos, you guys know by now, if you've been watching for a while, know how I feel about, like, robots taking over. So we got advanced quantum computing combined with AI and now lasers. I mean, freaking lasers on sharks, I feel like, what are we doing here? It feels like a nightmare scenario in the making here. So I don't know. Yeah. Their stock's going up though. So if you want to trade it, they're probably in play today. Just watch out for those lasers loaded onto their quantum compute AI robot things.
Watch out for
we're all gonna die.
The lasers. I don't think robots should have anything to do with any weapon. This is just not ideal. No control of any weapons with AI. It's just not a good look, man.
I don't know.
No, we don't need that. So,
it's the way we're going, though.
It's going there, though.
No, man.
Look,
this is just not good.
Whether we like it or not. So, we'll see if I gain or lose us viewers right here. Whether you like it or not, what are the top 2 applications that most tech is driven from?
The top 2 applications?
Do you know the top 2 areas that tech always gets applied to first? Like, tech is usually developed to usually solve one of 2 problems.
War is one. I don't know the other one.
Military, it's war. Right, it's war.
And I don't know the other one. What's the other one?
And you will never guess, says medical. Frankly, I was going to go different.
Not medical.
So
slow.
Defense and porn.
Oh, got you. Software wise. Yeah, I can see that. It's a $1 billion industry, yeah.
As robots were developing, what was the first thing we were hearing about? All these companion robots and these weird little porn robots they were creating in, like, Japan and stuff. I'm like, okay, now we're getting weird. And defense, right? And so
defense,
I'm just like,
sure.
So anyways, I just think so Jennifer in the chat room guessed the porn side of it, but that's actually pushed a lot of the development. Like, we owe internet capacity and a lot of this stuff development because of the need from. Anyways, you don't have to like it. It just you don't have to agree with it. But frankly, that has been a driving force. So Carlos, the fact that we've got quantum now looking at lasers to enhance their military applications, I'm like, it's just the way it goes. I still think we're all gonna die, but anyways, it's anyways.
You've lived a long life, Peter. Don't get us to die here.
Peter was a good man.
Come on.
Peter was a good man.
Yeah.
All right, friends.
Anyways, all right. I'll be canceled soon. It's all good.
Yeah. Well,
I do think, anyways, from a trading opportunity, QUBT is actually a good option today. I am definitely putting it on my list. It's up 25%. It's got 11 million shares traded. You know what? Let's make some money before we all go. So,
yeah, I'm gonna slap that over on my secondary list for now. I think we can move it up. But I want to see what the other things are doing here. Some of the stuff's been trading very well. Tesla, AMD, NVIDIA.
I've created.
And yeah, I think it'll be a good one for today as well. Let's see here. Yeah, you don't want that, Christopher. You piss the robot off and it'll laser you through your brains. We don't want that. There needs to be a limit. Here's VG's next, guys. VG is up. Actually, I want to stop here because there's a special story that I want to get in from Eamon before our CPI data today, right? So I want to go to our feature story. I want to go straight there because I think this will be interesting now before the numbers will come out. So Eamon, give us what's going on here with our feature story for today. Clearly, that's what's in play. It's going to be in play in a few minutes here.
Yeah, so this CPI report, it feels a bit different. For months, the story was simple. Inflation cooling, AI ripping higher, stocks going higher. Now oil is back near $100 after the Iran tensions. The gas price is around $4.5 nationally, and suddenly the market has a new question. Is inflation starting to come back again? Like we said, the consensus expects around 3.7 on CPI, up from 3.3% last month. But honestly, headline CPI isn't even the scary part anymore because everyone already knows that the energy prices are going to jump higher. The real focus today is core CPI because if core also starts moving higher, that tells us the Fed inflation is spreading beyond just oil and gasoline. And that's where markets could start getting uncomfortable very fast, especially with stocks sitting at all-time high already and rate cut hopes getting pushed further and further away. So yeah, today is basically AI optimism versus inflation fears, and the CPI will decide who is going to win this at 8:30. In 10 minutes, we're going to see these numbers, and Peter is going to walk us through it later today. Not later today, in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In 10 minutes, yeah.
Well, that's late. That's
Exactly.
later today, just not that much
Later
later.
today. Not that late.
Absolutely. Before that, we guys, thank you, Eamon. We're looking at VG this morning, and VG up here 11.2, 1.4 million shares traded. So clearly, it has some volume behind it today. It is 497 million shares flow. We've seen this ticker before. It's venture capital, and it tends to get great volume, tends to move up here nicely. Venture global. Excuse me, venture global.
Yeah.
And we've seen them before. Normally, they don't trade very well. Today, they got great volume, Peter. Do you see anything different that might make them a stock in play this morning?
It's earnings. This is an oil and gas company, but they focus on natural gas. They had a good earnings report. Look, the longer these tensions go and the oil source continues to get constricted, the better it is for those that actually can produce. And Venture Global is largely unaffected by this because of where they produce from. So, I think that their LNG, if you liquefied natural gas supplies, don't come through the Strait of Hormuz. So they are able to deliver quite effectively and are loving this climate, frankly, because it's beneficial for them. I still don't love trading them. We generally avoid this sector. But as you said, there's decent volume today. I don't know, Carlos. I'm like, their average volume is 19 million. Like they get okay volume on a daily basis. I'm just looking back to their trading, and it's tough. It's tough. They're largely sideways. They don't trade much. When they do move, you can sort of see on the daily, it's a lot of gapping up or down. And I feel like it's one of those where, like Eamon says, there's a lot of attention on this, and a lot of attention on the sector. Doesn't mean we can actually day trade it. This is probably swing trade stuff, not day trading stuff. So I think I'll probably keep it off my list. But I feel like I should watch it somehow. But it's still not, not something I'm going to pay attention to.
Yeah, I like the pre-market volume this morning for sure, up 11%, 1.5 million shares traded. I agree with you. Maybe a secondary. We'll decide later if we knock it off completely or not. I'm going to put it on here to remind ourselves to look at it. But as you mentioned, Peter, I think clearly more of a day trading type stock than we see on a regular day trading watch list. Let's go to SE now, friends. SE this morning, we are gapping up 11%, 819,000 shares traded. We have watched this before. It has moved quite a bit in the past. I think in March was the last time we looked at this when we had a huge gap down, tons of volume. So we definitely had it on our list then. It's a hit or miss. So this is C limited. Today, nice gap up. Volume is okay. They don't get great volume. So 819,000 is actually quite a bit of volume for them. This is pretty good for them. So is it tradable? Is it going to be better than other stuff we're going to have on the list this morning? I am not sure. Well, what's your thoughts?
I agree. I don't think it will. Your microphone just did the weird static thing again, Carlos. I haven't heard that in a while. C limited. It's not what you think. C limited is a shopping online delivery services company that just doesn't tend to operate, at least not in my area. So I don't know a lot about them, but they had earnings, mixed picture. They delivered 7.1 billion in revenue, which beat the numbers, but they missed on their profitability. They only delivered 67 cents a share in earnings per share, and the market had expected higher. So they're gapping higher. I don't know. I mean, it seems unfortunate. This, it's a sort of tech related company. It should be able to trade reasonably, but I've never seen it trade in a way that I'm like, yeah, I want to jump on that, or I missed a great opportunity. So for me, it's a pass.
Yeah, I think so as well, guys. So I'm gonna pass on this one. But if you like it, if it's your type of stock, definitely have it on your list. All right, let's continue here. I like this question here. If we get time today, can we talk about the transition between sim to live? Started 2 weeks ago, and I have been pretty break even, but it feels more tense and nerve-wracking. Thoughts? Darsk Malhartrat. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. We will definitely get into that. We'll have to do it a little bit later. Maybe Peter can give us a few comments before we go live on that. I think it's a great question as many people start to think about going live with a lot of different things, right? The PDT rule being reduced in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, I think, June 4th. So there's a lot more people that are going to be looking to go live. And I think you're doing it the right way by going to sim first. So you started off right. And then we could get into a little bit later on what else you can do to make sure you're ready. We got a lot of tools and educational stuff on our website that can help you with that. So we'll get into that a little bit later as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peter.
Well, probably one comment right now just to say it's never an all or nothing, right? You don't have to go sim to live and never return. Feel free to go back and forth. That can be helpful. We'll talk about it more, as Carlos said, later on when we have some time. But it's a great question.
Yeah, really great question. Definitely want to get back to it. So stick around. Friends, welcome Joaquin to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family. Good to have you. Thank you for signing up. Appreciate your support. You and everybody else who's part of the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, guys. Really appreciate you guys. All right, let's do one more. Yeah, it's a great name. Great
Joaquin Zananovich.
Yeah,
I love that. That's an awesome name, man. Anyway,
that's powerful politician CEO name.
Yeah,
you just can't be an admin with that name.
That's like it's like it's a power name. Anyway, I don't know.
You got to do something with that.
Doing something.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right, let's continue, friends. Here, next is going to be Fuel Cell, FCEL. FCEL is on the list here, my friends. Up 8% right now, 7.9 actually. 523,000 shares traded. We usually avoid this one. It trades very bad, but I'm noticing here on the daily, Peter, it's been much better. Night and day from looks like April 20th, right? So 420, go figure. It's been getting much higher and nicer than it normally does. So look at this, usually pretty quiet, dead volume. But notice on this daily how much the volume has increased over the last couple of days. So maybe things are different. But normally this stock doesn't trade very well and we avoid it. Do you see anything in the news columns, Peter, that you like on this one today?
Yeah, they look. It's like so many of these companies. Remember last week? So this is Fuel Cell Energy, right? It's an energy company.
Yep.
But if you're an energy systems company, whether you're doing innovative energy tech or traditional energy tech, you are making sure the world knows about it. Remember last week we talked about boilers, right? It was a company that produced boilers. And they were like all about AI, and they're ready to support the AI data centers. I don't know a single AI data center that uses a boiler, but I don't know. Maybe they're out there. Fuel Cell Energy, they're playing the same game, right? Their conversation is all about AI data centers, and they're saying how they're ready to support AI data center build-outs. They released, essentially, they made a corporate presentation, basically released a white paper last week that talked about how their carbonate fuel cell systems are a ready backbone for high density AI compute. So, like they're playing the game well, right? And you've got to right now. It doesn't really matter if you've delivered any of these systems, if anybody's actively using them. You've just got to say, we're here to support AI data centers, and you can get your stock, give your stock a little boost. So they're playing the game well. Their stock is moving higher. They've got okay volume here this morning. Their volume has been up the last 3 weeks, so it might be worth watching. It's a little bit of a hit or miss as to whether they are going to move today. Now, what is moving right now, Carlos? We do have the numbers out. The CPI data is available, and it's not as high as people had feared. So as you can see here, our numbers are just a little bit higher, 0.4% on the core, as Eamon was mentioning. That's the one that everybody was watching. Interestingly, the overall CPI came out right on target at 0.6%. So basically that, it's a slightly higher, but not the big jump that people were fearing the data was going to tell us. So that is maybe a relief, I think, to the market in the short term. Look, I mean, I'm looking at the SPY here and the Qs. Both did this. They put in like a very wiki candle, but you notice that they worked higher and lower, and then have ended up right where we started. So a minute after the data release, so far the market hasn't done much. I'm seeing volumes tick up here, though, a little bit more activity, but largely non-directional in that activity. So yeah, it's and I was looking at the overall data. As you can see, there was really sort of a level here that we were looking for on the core. We said 0.3% was the targeted number, which puts us right in, sort of a comfortable range where we've been for the last 3 years, essentially. Really, we know things are getting desperate if in a monthly picture it was 0.5 or higher, and as we saw, it didn't, right? It came out, like we had pointed out, at 0.4, which is in a sort of a comfortable range here, right? It's not sort of the high end, which is the 0.5 to 0.75 percentage point, which would start to get people a little excited, because that would put us at the high end like we had 2021. So far so good. I think the market is taking it in stride. Moving down here a little bit now, but yeah, but really not like you would know if the market was really panicked, you'd see a big move. So
yeah,
and I'm
you'll
not
see
really
a big reaction. We're getting a little bit now. We'll see where it goes. All right, friends. Jared, Engineering the Market, is starting now in our chat room. So good morning to you, Jared. He's going to take you through what he's seeing on his end. And that Engineering the Market starts now in our chat room. To get more information over on YouTube, head over to bearwithtraders.com, how to join, and join Jared in the chat room. All right. We're going to continue here on YouTube. Just give me 1 second here, and we'll continue with our watch list, guys. So right now, we're looking at some of the gap up lists as the market's reacting here a little bit. And again, as just mentioned, Peter, not a whole lot of movement right now. Pretty quiet for the most part. We'll come back and look at that in a second. Another one on here is maybe the last one we'll look at, and we'll jump to what you like, Peter, as far as the gap up that might not be on this list. RAL. So RAL is on deck this morning. Just made its way in here. Not much volume though. Only 322,000 shares traded. It is a large flow at 111 million. But again, just doesn't have the juice really. So nice gap up of 10%. You can see it on the daily here moving well. They normally don't get no volume. I mean, look at the daily here, very light. In some cases, not even hitting a million shares traded on the day. So not inclined to have this one on. I think there'll be more exciting things for us to look at, guys, as breakout traders. This might not be the one we put on the list today, Peter.
Yeah, I agree. Not one that we put on the list. It's one of the many earnings that we have. There's a whole ton of companies. So we're going to get some random ones that pop up here that we can take a look at. RAL is Ralliant Corp. Look, they looks like they beat their numbers both in revenue and earnings per share. They raised their guidance. So, they gave a very positive result. I don't probably not top of my target list just because they don't get a lot of volume. They just barely made our list with 300,000 shares traded this morning. Their average volume sitting around 1.2 million. It's too low. It's too low for what I like to trade. So some people will look at this and say they see opportunity, then you go for it. But yeah, it's not the volume based player that I like to put on my list.
All right, there we go.
So yeah, gap up on other earnings. I said we have a whole ton of earnings. Interesting, most of them I would say are gapping down. We already talked about the quantum stocks. There, one sector notably, pretty much the quantum that reported last night in QUBT and RGTI are both gapping higher. RGTI is up with good volume this morning. So I'm not sure which of those two is better to trade today, because our RGTI's got 4 million shares traded this morning. So, it's also in play. Not as much, like QUBT's up 13 million shares already. So, they're both obviously very active and very much in play. But I think QUBT just has the bigger move, right? It's up 25% versus RGTI's only 1.5%. So big difference there. So another one that's in the spaces we've been talking about, Plug Power. Plug is their ticker, PLUG. They had earnings after the close yesterday and beat their numbers, delivering a good quarterly earnings report and a very positive forward-looking guidance. So the market is rewarding them. They said that they really think that their business is going to pick up in the latter half of the year, and that they're expecting to see some great numbers. So, they've got a couple of really big projects that are supposed to deliver. There's a little bit of market concern that they may not be able to deliver to schedule. Big projects usually are more difficult to keep on target, but if they can, then they'll benefit. It's funny, Sir Carlos, when I think of it, I always think of it as a much higher priced stock than it is. Probably because my memory goes back to, a couple of years ago, I guess, in the 2020, 2022, 21, during the pandemic, when it was a $50 or $60 stock. I was sort of surprised to call it up here and say $3.90. Wait, am I looking at the right thing? Huh. Yeah, that is the price for Plug Power. So yeah, they've really sort of come down the chain. So I would say that means there's a ton of room to move to the top side. But it doesn't mean today is going to be that day. So trade it if you want. Good volume. I mean, almost 12 million shares traded this morning. The pre-market action looks a little suspicious to me, that there's a lot of algos trading this, it looks like, which is rare for a stock that's under $5. But I guess they can do that. So it's a maybe for me. I'll put it on the list. I might bump it off if I see something better. The only other one that had earnings that I thought I would mention on the gap up is JD. Since we were talking earlier about Chinese cars, let's talk Chinese stocks. So JD.com had positive revenue and earnings, delivering $45.77 billion. That's about $200 million over their target, and 75 cents a share versus the projected 57 cents. So so good numbers out of JD.com. They had a good quarter. I used to like trading these. I used to watch these guys because they gave some interesting trading moves. It's been a while though, like meaning a few years since I've actually paid close attention. I don't know. The volume feels a little low and spotty right now compared to what I'd be looking for. So, that's it. That's the one that I anyways, it's okay but not great. Oh, sorry, I thought it was on the gap down. One of our members said don't forget TME. Yes, I had them as which is 10-cent music. I thought they were gapping down, but you're right, they are up about 6% here. 1 million shares traded. They also had earnings earlier this morning, or at least reported earlier this morning, and beat their numbers, over delivering on both numbers. Oh, no, sorry. Their earnings per share was slightly lower at only 20 cents. So I guess they beat on revenue. They missed on earnings per share. So I have different data depending where you look on TME. So I had one analyst forecasting they only expected 19 cents and delivered 20. Everybody agrees they delivered 20 cents earnings per share. They don't agree as to what the forecast was. So in any event, TME is one of those that's just, unfortunately, that just does not trade well. It is multi-market traded, and it does not deliver well, trade well here on the North American markets. So, that's what I've got on the gap up. I mean, there's a couple of other things randomly gapping up, but that's not earnings plays, Carlos. Like Netflix seems to be higher this morning, where most of all the Magnificent Seven stocks are gapping down. I'm hoping it can hold that. I mean, this is one that I expected better of, quite frankly. I was really hoping that Netflix was going to end up, sort of get back to the $100 range and move higher. It doesn't. It's been sinking the last little while, and it really hasn't been doing all that well as a stock. So that's a little unfortunate. But I mean, there's no news on it. It's just sort of trundling its way, continuing to raise prices, and do its thing. So, lawsuits, of course, in different places. I don't know. I mean, these online services companies, they all seem to have lawsuits all the time in so many different jurisdictions, right? Like I don't know. I'm not even sure what to do about it. It feels like you're holding all of these companies. Everybody wants the services, but you're holding them to account to regulations that just don't appropriately apply to what they're doing, right? Like you're trying to hold them to broadcaster rules but then don't want to treat them like a broadcaster. So I don't know what to do with that. It's a problem. Laws are
Yeah.
notoriously slow to catch up with technology, and Netflix is not exactly new. They've been out for a while, but like the news yesterday, for example, was the Texas attorney general was suing Netflix over illegal use of what they're calling surveillance and exploitation of children's data. So yeah, I mean, doesn't everybody know when you go into Netflix, it tracks your utilization to recommend other shows that are like the stuff you're watching? Well,
I don't understand why people are so shocked with this.
yeah,
This
see,
is how
that's the thing.
companies work. Like, if you don't want your
Exactly.
kids doing that, then
I
take
mean,
away the phone, put a password. Like, there's ways around
you
this. Like, I don't
spec-
understand.
you you specifically log into different account names, right? You set up different profiles, and you'll set up one for your
Yes,
kids, so that you can put parental controls on it or not. I guess it's up to you as a parent. And but then it tracks what they watch and says, well, you watch this, you might like this. I mean, it's a core function
of
of
everything.
what Netflix does, right? And it's not like they hide it. They put it right up front and tell you, hey, you watched this
Yeah,
yesterday. What did you think of
right.
it? And here's other shows we'd like to recommend. So it seems weird to me the Texas Attorney General is saying, hey, that we feel that's surveillance and you're exploiting children data. I'm like, what? I mean, maybe there's more to
I,
this case than I'm
I,
aware of, but I mean, we know
yeah.
that they use the data. So, anyways, whatever. It is what it is. So,
I don't understand. All right. Friends, there we have it. That is our gap up so far this morning. We got some more things coming in. We'll take a look at a little bit later. But now let's go to Eamon with our social post today on what's taking place there, and then we'll look at the fun fact for today from Eamon. So tell us what's going on here for our social post, Eamon.
yeah.
All right, guys. So an important event is taking place tomorrow, probably this Trump Xi summit, and it's becoming bigger and bigger as we get closer to it. A few months ago, this probably would have been about tariffs, exports, maybe semiconductors, but right now it's oil, it's Iran, it's rare earth, Taiwan, AI chips, supply chains. Basically, it's half of the global market in one single room. And honestly, the big debate right now is simple. Does Trump walk into Beijing needing a deal more than she actually does? Because China knows something. The market is depends a lot about what China controls. The rare earth processing, the critical minerals, the advanced manufacturing inputs, like a huge chunk of what the market is moving on right now, it flows through China's ecosystem. At the same time, these Iran tensions, they pushed oil near $100. The gas prices are higher, and suddenly inflation risks are back on the table, right? That's why this meeting matters a lot for the markets. If both of these sides come to some sort of an agreement, or at least sound cooperative, maybe the semis and industrials would love it and they would continue going higher. But if this talk goes aggressively, or maybe Taiwan becomes a part of this conversation, then this could change the tone quickly, because Taiwan is not just geopolitics, it's AI, right? The TSMC manufactures the chips that are powering NVIDIA's GPUs, the AI servers, the data centers. They're basically all behind this rally. So traders right now, they're not just watching for the tariffs headlines as it used to be, right? They're now watching for any sign between the relationship or about the relationship between the US and China. And if things stabilize, everything is going to be good. But if things gets worse, then the market might finally drop to the downside. And now let's go for the fun fact of the day. Silver traded at $86, at least when I was putting this slide. And think about that for a second. A year ago, silver was sitting around $33. And in January, it went as high as $121. That was basically the highest price it ever recorded. And now, here is the weird part. Even with Iran war and the oil is above $100 and the shipping tensions around the Strait of Hormuz, silver is still trading way below these peaks or highs that had in January, which means the market is basically debating on one thing right now. The traders already priced in the worst case back in January, or maybe January was just a warning shot as of what could happen later to the end of this year, because silver does not even trade like a normal precious metal anymore. It's kind of a mix of inflation trade, war hedge, right? Industrial metal, AI supply chain play, and geopolitical fear. All of that at the same time. All right. Also, this week, Kevin Warsh is now on track to become the next Fed chair before Powell's term officially ends on Friday. And honestly, traders are still trying to figure out what would that mean to the market. Because yes, markets think that Warsh could be friendlier towards lowering the rates more than Powell. But at the same time, he is walking into one of the messiest macro setups in years. The oil rising, the inflation fears, the market sitting near all-time highs. So Trump might get his Fed chair, but whether the market actually gets these rate cuts that it wants is a completely different story. And for the interesting fact in history, back in 1975, May 12th, the Cambodian forces they seized U.S. cargo ship, and the U.S. responded militarily within 48 hours, and around 41 Americans died in that operation, and 51 years later, today, the shipping routes and oil are again becoming a part of the market conversation. It's different decade, different conflict, but exactly the same reminder that geopolitics they matter a lot more than the markets think. That's it for today, guys. I will be back at 11 a.m. and for the rest of the show, Carlos and Peter will walk you through the remaining of the pre-market and the market open.
All right, excellent.
That's
We'll catch you a little
awesome.
bit later, man. Have a great you're doing pre-market with P Capital, right?
No, I did it yesterday.
You did it yesterday. Okay, okay. All right. So P Capital in full
Yeah,
effect,
yesterday it was
friends.
a
And
live trade with P Capital.
yeah, awesome, awesome. All right, man. We'll catch you a little bit later and see how you made out for your day. Friends, continuing here, let's take a look at our gap down list this morning. DXYZ is up here. DXYZ. Let's take a look what's going on there. This is Destiny Tech 100. So this is down here quite a bit. Obviously up nicely in the last couple of days, given how tech has been trading. But Peter losing some ground here this morning. DXYZ. Now, is this a ETF? I don't see it. This does not sit on the American Stock Exchange. What does this? What does this do here? Is this a company or is this like an ETF?
No, it's like an ETF, and one of their biggest holdings. They're basically a special purpose vehicle,
Okay.
and they were sort of promoting themselves a lot as having access to SpaceX. So before the IPO, and they say that they had a number of other key tech elements in it. What was interesting was yesterday, I think it was, Anthropic came up and said, actually, these guys are unauthorized, and they're claiming to have our stock in their sort of ETF. They don't. It's unauthorized. We will not recognize it, and we were avoiding any commitment that any statement they have that they've got a partnership with us. No. So that sort of put a put a knife into
Yeah.
DXYZ's stock here. So, because of course it makes people wonder what else they may claim that they've got within this portfolio that they don't truly have. So it's interesting how Anthropic is such a market influencer, despite not being publicly traded, right? Like we can't trade
Yeah.
Anthropic, but it seems like every week we've got news where Anthropic is influencing these markets. So here's just another example. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Interesting.
yeah.
These guys were leading the gap down. We got another ticker taking its place now, but we're second here in the gap down 16%. I gotta say, I don't think I ever put this one on my list. I
No,
might do that today. I don't know. I don't
no,
know
the
how they trade. I
volume.
don't know. How's the volume? Yeah.
Well, the average volume sits around 2.7, but over the last few days, it's been higher. Yesterday, they did
Okay.
12.7. The day before, they did about 7 million shares. So, I mean, they could get volume today. We're almost at a million already. I don't know. I'm looking at the way it's traded intraday, and it doesn't look that easy. I mean, it looks to me like it might have been challenging. So it's a maybe, but yeah, it's an unlikely maybe. It also trades on the New York Stock Exchange, which surprises me a little bit. So I don't often love the way those
Mhm.
stocks trade, right? Because they just have a little bit of a different profile.
Yeah. All right. We'll leave it. We'll leave it alone here, friends. Let's continue. And another one that's kind of pushed its way up above here is P6. So P6 is Power Solutions, and this thing is. This
Never
looks
heard
ugly,
of this
man.
one.
Yeah, this Power Solutions. So they have a gap down of 34%. Looks like it's just getting the volume. Is this right here? Hold on a second. No, here it is. Yeah, it looks like it just got over 200,000, which is going to put it on our scanners, but it looks messy pre-market. Float on this is 8.4, so lower flow as well. Daily's getting a drop. Seems like it started last night. I don't think these guys are going to get the volume to make it interesting enough. And be careful with this flow at this price and the lack of volume. You're going to get some really wild price action. You could be down $2 very, very quickly on a stock that is not getting volume like this one. So I'm going to skip on it, Peter. Be careful, guys, if you do decide to trade this one.
Wow. So yeah, power solution. Here's another example of what we were just talking about. P6 here, which is Power Solutions International. They make engines. They make like it looks like sort of diesel traditional ICE type engines. And they say they make engines that their engine portfolio includes displacements. Now, Carlos, what like if you got a let's say you got a top end Mustang, do
Hmm.
you know what the displacement is on that typically?
No. No, I'm not sure.
Well, because you get them and you get like a 5.0, right? Like
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
figured that badge was, yeah, right. So, it means that you're displacing, usually it's a 5 liter, right? Displacement. That's how
Yeah.
much sort of, basically how much it can move at any given time, or
Hmm.
liquid it
Hmm.
moves. Anyways, so they've got engines that displace anywhere from 0.97 liters to 88 liters. So if you picture a high-end Mustang engine displacing 5 liters, they make 88 liter displacement engines. So big engines, right? Um,
When you put it like that, that's massive. But yeah.
yeah. So I mean, they provide industrial, engines here. But what's
Yeah.
interesting is they're playing the same game that every one of these power companies wants to do. Their core business is really with oil and gas. And that makes sense, right? Oil and gas runs static engines, meaning ones that just sit and power, they sit as an independent engine, just powering electrical supplies, or they sit in massive trucks or equipment that they've
Hmm.
got. So, uh, but that business has been soft. But what do they say is going to make it up? Well, they say we're going to make it up in data center business. So of course,
Mm.
everybody's playing the game, right? Everybody wants to be selling to data centers because AI data centers and these are like power backup solutions, right? Think of these generators that sit there and act as an emergency
Yeah.
backup should the main power grid goes down. That's sort of a core type of engine that these guys produce. But I just find it fascinating that they're basically saying, don't worry, our core business is bad, but the data centers are going to save us. And I think right now you're seeing a gap down because the market's saying, I'm not sure we're buying it. So it's feels like a shaky story. So, anyways, P6 gapping down, not one that I've ever seen, Carlos. This is like totally new ticker here. Yeah, their average daily volume 600,000 shares. So for me,
Yeah.
absolutely, we've said too much already. No thanks.
There's definitely better things to look at, friends. Here's one that might be interesting today. It's going to be HIMS. So HIMS this morning, we are down 14%, 2.4 million shares traded. They usually get great volume. Normally when they're in play, they can be a good stock to watch. At the moment, down 15%, friends. I might have this on my list. Maybe not on a primary, but definitely going on the list this morning. Peter, give us the latest and maybe not so greatest on HIMS today.
Yeah, they missed their numbers. So they had earnings last night after the close. It was one of the key ones I would say that we were watching after hours last night. Look, they missed their in-quarter numbers, both revenue and earnings per share. They increased their 2026 outlook though, saying that they're going to complete what they're calling the GLP-1 pivot. Which this is remember they were enemies, they're frenemies, or what did we call it? We looked up the term. There's a business term for frenemies, and apparently it's uh, uh they're cooperating and they're coopetition. So they have coopetition with Novo Nordisk, right? Now that they're actually selling the Ozempic drug on through their system, whereas before, right, they were in direct competition, and Novo Nordisk said we would never work with you, and then did this about face and said, all right, we'll use your distribution. So in any event, it wasn't enough to save them in quarter, but they say it's actually going to help them by the end of the year. So whether you buy their story or not, it looks like the market right now is being a little suspicious of the story, the tale they're telling. They're gapping down 15% after being up a little bit yesterday. So yeah, I mean, it's in play for sure. Their volume is normally good. It looks okay, but yeah, it looks okay. I just don't know what to expect as we open here, which way it's going to go, but might be worth keeping an eye on because at least we know this one can trade reasonably.
Yeah, yeah. I might end up putting this again, probably one of our more significant stories this morning. So I might end up putting this on my primary list. And I'm sure the rest is going to be made up by other usual suspects. But I think this will be good today. It's got to trade better than this, though, guys. Right now, very, very choppy. We got the volume, 2.5 million shares traded. We just need some direction. That's what's going to determine whether this thing stays on and becomes a great trader for today or not. All right, let's do a few more. I do see GitLab is on here. GTLB is another one, down 11%, 306,000 shares traded. I know a lot of people like to watch this one. I have had no success looking and searching for opportunities on this ticker. So I know many people will be watching it. We talk about it quite a bit here and there. But for the most part, for me, man, it is just not a great intraday trading ticker. So I won't be having it on the list, Peter. How about yourself?
No, I don't think so. Like you said, I've tried to pay attention to this in the past and never really loved the way it moves. It also, just it's sort of on that fringe of how much volume I like to trade. I want to see at least 5 million shares. That's the low end. Anything under 10 million, I'm sort of suspicious of. And this one sits pretty much just above the $5 million level. So, they had earnings themselves. They reaffirmed their guidance. Interestingly, they've announced a global workforce reduction because they said AI is basically creating a need for them to restructure their business. And while it's delivering savings, it's going to cost jobs in the short term. So, the market often likes that story, even if we don't like it from an employment point of view. But unfortunately, when you combine that with poor operational performance, the market tends to be grumpy, and it's at 11% grumpy against GitLab this morning. So if I was going to watch something, I probably would focus on HIMS over this one. The volume is just a little bit too low.
Yeah, agreed. All right, I'm gonna stop here. And when it comes to our gap up, friends over on YouTube, if you haven't done so, our gap down, excuse me, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. I'm trying to crack 500 today. I think if we could crack 500, I think we can give away a funded account, but we got to crack 500, friends. So help us get there. Let's start early by hitting those like buttons. Really appreciate your support and all of that. Is very, very helpful. Right. And I have done it.
Have you done your part?
Yes, I've been pushing all morning.
Okay.
All morning, I'm like, you know what? We have 4 likes. Let's get to 500 since like the beginning of the day here. It was only me, Chris. It was me, Chris, and some other people in chat before the show started. So we're pushing heavy today for that 500 because I want to give away a funded account. So let's do it. And we'll do it for everybody. I'll ask for forgiveness later. We'll do one funded account for everybody. So Lambos and Garbage Truck members and our usual viewers, we'll do it for everybody here for you guys. And then X is open. For some reason, our X stream is not showing to everybody, but it is available. It's public. but people can't seem to find the link. So I'm going to post the link here again. If you'd like to join via X, you can do so as well. There's the link. We are broadcasting there. Our friends over there, David, Ben, who else? Uncle D Trace. These guys are like they like to call themselves the VIP crew over there on X. So thank you for joining there as well. My brother, are you stuck in this trade? Who is this here? This 1MMX, are you stuck in this trade? Just be honest with us. It's okay, because you have texted this today probably about 20 times. And usually when I see people do that, I'm thinking that you might have been long from yesterday. You might have been long from yesterday and stuck here, and now you're looking to see if I have good news for you. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't. I'm sorry. If you are stuck in here, I hope you're not.
Oh,
but
yeah.
This is ugly. Like, this is ugly.
That's ugly. Yeah.
And it reminds me, because oh, he says yes, that's true. You know what, I'm with you. I've been there. Before I knew about variable traders, I used to find these low flow stocks that were moving, and what I would do, let me go in. Next next day I'm bag holding, I'm down 80%, blowing up the account, right? So I've been there. I get it. I start searching, Googling, what's the earnings like? When is the next earnings? What's the prediction? What does this analyst say? I don't like that. Let me look for another analyst. I've been there, done that. It is a mess. My personal opinion, and this is not financial advice, run. I will run. And the minute I got out, there was this weight lifted off my shoulders, Peter, and I just start focusing on something else and learn from that damn lesson that, man, I screwed up. I took a trade without a plan, right? So if you're stuck in it, I get it, man. I tell you right now, these stocks are horrible. Can it come back? Can I be completely wrong and tomorrow's going to be at $15 and you're going to make some money? Yes. The likelihood is no. But again, not financial advice. You have to follow your plan. So I'm not picking on you, because a lot of us in chat, even here in our members, we've been there. We've been there looking for these high-flying stocks, and we gotten burned so many times. This is why I bet it's a low flow. I guarantee you it's a low flow stock. We don't trade low floats. It's just, they're dangerous, man. They trick the crap out of us, and then they make us pay big time. They're just ruthless. So hang out with us here, man. We'll find some better stuff to trade. And hopefully the damage is not so bad on your end.
No, and it's tough, because they had some news yesterday that they got this contract with the U.S. Navy, and it's like this headline that I don't understand. They have a contract with the U.S. Navy's NAWCAD, NAWCAD, Lakehurst. I assume that's a location. I don't know. Anyways, on AI visual sensing for condition-based maintenance. I understand every one of those words. I don't know what that means. I don't know what AI visual sensing means, and I'm not sure what condition-based maintenance specifically refers to. Software maintenance, hardware, physical device, Navy ships, I really don't know. But anyways, they got a contract. So that's why it spiked up. That's why it got volume yesterday. But as you can see, it didn't hold, did it? So this is why you got to be careful on low floats, right? Because often they get these headlines and then they go a little bit crazy. It doesn't always mean it's sustainable, because they didn't really release any details about this contract that I'm seeing, other than apparently there's a plan to deploy this across the U.S. Navy's fleet. So that sounds like good long term, but there's obviously something going on that this stock is not skyrocketing, because they basically went up. Yeah, they gapped pre-market on the news yesterday and sold off over the course of the day. So yeah, I mean, it's sort of like the fun's over now, unless there's something, a new piece of news that comes out. This typically is just going to be quiet today. You're not going to see much action.
And I won't be surprised if it keeps going lower and lower. We've seen this so many times. And sometimes, man, you just got to rip the Band-Aid, move on, learn from it. And we all been there. Like I tell you, how many people in chat, put a comment in chat if you've been there. Just type yes. And you're not alone in this. We all have been there in one way, shape, or form. Absolutely. So, all right, let's Peter, let's go to you as far as gapping down. Look at that. You're getting all the yes from CFC, our good buddy. He's been around with us for some time. So there you go.
You know you're not alone.
Look at this. Look at the massive yeses in chat, right? So we all been there. It should be a learning experience. Okay, there you go. He says, thank you, guys. All right, excellent. All right, Peter, as far as gapping down this morning, what do you got in play, man? What do you like for today?
Yeah, there's a ton of earnings, as I said, out there. So, I'm just going to list them, because we are 4 minutes after 9. We're getting closer to the open, just in case you want to pay attention. So, some stuff that we typically, have on our list that pop up. ASTS, Space Mobile. They reported they missed their numbers. Does it matter? I don't know, but they are gapping down this morning, so they're down about 10% roughly on some decent volume. Maybe worth paying attention here because we know that they can trade decently. So ASTS had earnings that did not meet analyst expectations and are gapping down. What else did I have? Mara. There's another one that we've looked at. Also missed their numbers in the quarter. So MARA. This is I like how they say they're going to pivot to AI infrastructure. Remember, Mara Holdings. This is a company that was doing a Bitcoin treasury strategy. They're now are moving. Everybody's moving to AI infrastructure, right? Like it's not news anymore. You can almost cut and paste that into almost every single company's, statement somewhere. Almost all. I mean, heck, when Allbirds, the shoe company, is doing it, why not? Right? Everyone else now can jump. Feel free to jump on.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, So I think, and again, signs of the bubble. Right, that we are definitely in an AI bubble. It doesn't mean it's not real. It doesn't mean there's going to be massive AI winners. But when everybody starts saying, "Yeah, we're doing AI too," like I've been here so many times. It was exactly what happened on the whole crypto, right? When it first came out, and suddenly everybody wanted to do that. It was the same thing when suddenly everybody was jumping on NFTs. I mean, that was a flash in the pan that lasted all of 8 seconds, right? Like, so AI has legs. It's a real technology, but not everybody's going to win from it. And some companies are going to get punished for pretending to be an AI or trying ineffectively to be an AI and failing. So I don't know where Mara sits on that spectrum, but it feels like they're also doing a Me Too moment. So Archer Aviation, ACHR, had earnings, also struggled in the quarter and missed their numbers. ClearSpark, CLSK, right? Another one with earnings in quarter that had much lower revenue. Again, another company sort of like Mara that had a focus on this treasury strategy that frankly it's not working now, right? Because Bitcoin and crypto prices are not appreciating the way they were expecting. So what did they tell analysts in their conference call? That they are pivoting to AI data, to be an AI data center landlord. So again, everybody wants to get involved in AI data centers. There's not that much business out there that everybody can play. So anyways, ClearSpark is gapping down here this morning. How about one that doesn't talk AI anywhere for once? Under Armour. Under Armour, now they didn't have a good quarter. Has nothing to do with AI. UA or UAA. There's actually two traded ticker symbols out there. I usually prefer to look at UAA just because the UAA gets more volume and tends to trade a little bit better. Their guidance was low. They had a bigger loss than expected in quarter. So people are actually, I have to admit, I like their stuff. Hey, look, it just happens I'm wearing an Under Armour shirt right now. So but I like their stuff, but apparently not enough people do, and not enough people are buying it. So they're gapping down this morning. It's a potential trader, but it's risky. Compared to the tech stuff that often gets volume, Under Armour hit or miss. So, and it is a NYSE traded stock, so be aware of that as well. So those are the top ones that I had for earnings. There's a ton of others out there. C3AI, if you remember them, their ticker symbol is actually AI. They had earnings this morning. They're gapping up slightly. There's a whole bunch of ON. We've looked at those guys in the past. They had earnings. Again, there's tons of them out there, guys. I don't know that we need to hunt too much. I feel like I've already got a good list in what we've talked about. So I'll go over what I'll be watching out of everything we've talked about in a few minutes here as we talk about what our mods are watching. But we got some decent candidates for this morning. We'll just have to see how the market treats them.
Yeah. As we were talking here, man, I made a hacky error. I went to type in Under Armour, which is AU, and I did the mistake of hitting Shift. I hit Shift U, which is nothing, but Shift A is a hockey for me, and I did that, and I got short CLSK, and I didn't notice I did not have my montage lock, and this is why I always lock my montage, and I forgot to do it today because stuff like that does happen. So I went short
Oh, wow.
CLSK. I got out immediately, so didn't lose anything. Just a slight loss there, not too bad. But yeah, man, I hit Shift A, which is a hockey for me. But there you go.
Wow.
So I this is why I like my
Okay.
montage. So important to do that, man.
Yeah. Look at
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
You're,
There
you're
you go.
teaching us by example, whether you meant to or not. You've locked
That's
it now though, right?
I liked it now. Yeah, I liked it now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this way, and
Good.
if it happens again, it'll just reject. So there
Right.
it is. But again, didn't lose anything. It was very little move here, so just lost a couple of bucks. Nothing crazy. All right, let's finalize this list. I mean, right now I just have hymns, man. I think I'm gonna go with usual suspects, like NVIDIA, like AMD, like Tesla. But we got a couple of minutes. Let's go to you guys, see what you guys like this morning, and then we'll try to see if we can finalize this list here. So let's go to PLTR. It's being mentioned in chat. Wow, PLTR is having a nice morning here, friends. Look at this. So right now we are recovering. We are still down a little bit, but we're recovering nicely here in the last couple of minutes. Let's get the 5-minute chart there. Looking to go green here. So I'm not sure what's driving this recovery, but it does look interesting. I do like PLTR. Lately, not so much, but I do have space for it on my secondary list for sure. So the only reason I'm putting it on the secondary, guys, is because lately it has not been trading all that well. So secondary for PLTR right now. But I do like what's happening here. Let's come back to see if it can actually break out of here and do something, right? It's just kind of been stuck here on the daily. We were used to seeing this type of action from PLTR where you're getting some really nicer moves, which allows you to have good continuation within the intraday action. So let's see your textbook trade. Yeah, see, if this was a let's go back to CLSK. If this was like an Andrew trade, if Andrew made this mistake, right, Peter, we've seen this before, the stock would drop to like about $11. So he'll make a lot of money. For me, it just stays there, doesn't move. Like I need Andrew type mistakes where he takes a trade, he goes to the bathroom and does this, and the stock just trades well. For me, there's nothing happening. In fact, there was so little volume that when I actually went short, if you saw it, it moved the stock up. Like it moved the price up. So that's how little stocks are being traded there. Microsoft. MSFT also moving nicely this morning. So check out that pre-market action from red to green. Microsoft for me is a stock to watch. It's a hit or green, hit or miss. Excuse me. I don't know. What's your thoughts on Microsoft today, Peter? Looks good pre-market.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's one of the few things that are gapping higher, but it's only marginally higher. I like the move though that it's made since 8:30 or so. As it's moving up here a little bit. Was there news on this? I didn't see any news. Or let's see.
It's
No,
it's
I don't really see any news.
Moving good, man.
It's just moving.
Hey, did you see that article about some of the who's of the tech world, Tim Cook and some other people getting together with China? But out of all the names, I think it was Tim Cook, it was other tech CEOs, but NVIDIA CEO, what's his name? Jensen
Wang.
Wang. He was not invited, or he was not invited, but he's not on the list of the people that are meeting with China for this potential tech summit or whatever. So that was eye catching. That hey, it's probably one of the biggest companies in the century with the way they've been trading. But they're not invited. So very interesting as far as that goes. So we'll see what that means for that. But
okay, well, yeah, I don't know. I have not seen that, but I mean, it's not surprised, right? It's a big market for them, and obviously it's a big part of their supply chain. So in all cases, so it makes sense that they're sort of having meetings.
That's right. Ben mentioned Elon is going. The CEO from Boeing. I don't know what their name is, but yeah, it's got a couple of people going there. So
okay,
we'll see. All right, let's see what else, friends. So Microsoft looks good. I think we'll add it. We'll add it to the list here. It looks very good actually. So I'll add Microsoft. Speaking of Tesla, since you guys we're talking Elon, let's take a look at Tesla. It's not doing much right now. Pretty quiet for the most part. Did have a blockbuster day yesterday, if you guys remember that. Did break out nicely here. Had a nice, beautiful breakout above the VWAP. Today, right now, pretty quiet or just sideways for the most part. Still in the red, about 1%. It is Tesla. I don't have anything else that I love of the gappers list besides QUBT. I might end up moving that up. I think that could be interesting today. So I will add Tesla here. I am going to move up QUBT actually to put that one on my list. So we'll add that in a second here. And let's do one more, friends. NVIDIA. Let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA right now gapping. Oh, no, hold on. That's HIMS, which we have on the list already, gapping down 14%. NVIDIA is gapping down just slightly. Pre-market action, 3.4 million. So they got the volume, not really going anywhere with the volume. It is NVIDIA. We'll watch this one, or either AMD actually looks a little bit more interesting. Higher price. It's sitting here at 445, but definitely looks a lot more interesting, especially on the daily, by the way. This daily on AMD looks really, really nice. I hate the price tag. I don't love it, but I think the action overall is slightly better on AMD. So I'm going to add that on there. And MU finally getting above that. We're getting to that above the 800 yesterday. Pulling back a little bit now. Now this thing is not tradable. This thing has just become more of a let's see what happens. But yeah, this price tag is just, it's just crazy with what the price action does. And I'm surprised they're still keeping up their volume. Like their volume is still 60 million a day. Like at this price tag, it's impressive actually. It's very impressive. Yep. So we'll say usually the number of shares start slowing down a little bit. Not for MU, at least not right now.
Not yet.
Not yet, at least. Yeah. One more. I'll hand it off to Peter for our community events and announcements. Friends, is CRCL. See a lot of you guys mentioning that one. It looks like yesterday did finally get going and break out nicely. I found it a very difficult stock to take an opportunity on yesterday. I really did. So I think it's a little bit tougher to trade today. I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect out of it. I think it could be a good secondary maybe. Again, yesterday I saw it. They did great. I couldn't find a real good opportunity. But I think it's worth watching, given a possible continuation here off the daily. So we'll keep it in play here, and let's see what comes out of it. All right, friends. Let's head over to variabletraders.com, where you can see what's happening in our community. We could scroll down. We'll click on webinars at the top, and you can scroll down here and see everything that is scheduled. We had a great onboarding class yesterday. Dwayne and I met with a lot of you guys and had some really great questions that we took care of there. And today's Tuesday, and Peter's going to let you know what's in play for this afternoon.
Yep. And on Tuesdays, we always have 2 sessions for you that are focused on strategy and trade book development. So starting with 11 a.m. this morning, we got Brendan who's going to be talking about DOS Trader Pro setup. Not only the basics for new traders, but just some ideas of how to best utilize the platform. If you're new to it, or if you just want to get better at using it, then attend that session, especially if you're in our chat room. That's for everybody, all membership classes. So even if you just join with the intro, it might be worth it, right? Just to help you configure and attend that session 11. If you sign up right now, hey, you can get in there and be part of that session. So that's during the market day at 11 a.m. And then tonight, our signature webinar, Brendan's going to be delivering that as well. He's going to talk about VPA, volume price analysis, and how you can use that to make smarter trading decisions. As an active trader himself, he understands how to leverage the symbols and the information at his fingertips. VPA is one of the things that he uses to help sort of understand where stocks are going. So that's at 8 p.m. tonight. Now that is just for our elite members, so you need to have an elite membership to take advantage of that, and that's the 2 that we have today. If you want to join, as I said, you can do that right now. Go to variabletraders.com. You can see the different membership options. So obviously we have the intro, the monthly package, or the elite annual, which gives you the best access to and at the best price, frankly, to all of the services, not only all the webinars, but the chat room and our inventory and our sort of library of good material to help your trading growth. So hopefully we'll see you in the Variable Trading chat room sometime soon.
All right, excellent, friends. Just going through this list here, I'm actually going to remove VG, guys. And the more I look at it now, this is not my style of trading. I'm just going to get it off there and just saves bandwidth, right? So we'll get VG off the list. I do think QUBT is a better stock to watch. I'm going to add that to my primary. So just making some changes now. And circle of internet down here, and MU. So just kind of organizing a little bit. But yes, I'm going through it. I'm looking at VG like, what am I doing? This is not something I'm going to trade. So it's just wasting space here.
What am I doing?
You know, yeah, it's wasting space. And, you know, if it's not something you're going to trade, it's more of a distraction than an actual, you know, something you want to have on there. So let's add a QUBT to the top, and then we'll remove it from our secondary list. I think it's a good one for today. Let's hope it can trade well and give us a any kind of breakout here. All right, let's get some levels in place. Then we'll let you know what our team is watching, friends over at bedwithtraders.com. You can always head over there and join the party with Andrew trading live, Brian, John, and many other people on there throughout the entire day. Low of the pre-market on HIMS is going to be 24.12. Our high is 25.06. Once you do that, you do have some levels towards the top here. I think I'm just going to apply a level that might be missing here around 26.92. So 26.92, we'll put one right on there. You can see how many days are using that as support and resistance. Look at the resistance here, here as well, support there. Stocks, days opening and closing right around that area. So you definitely want to have that level as well. And then above that, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. We are down 14%. Some good volume. Pre-market, not a whole lot of movement. A lot of sideways action right now. So very tight range. Even with our pre-market low at 14.13, you do have some levels here. I think it's worth having 24.63. Clearly in the pre-market alone, we're using that as a lot of support and resistance, more support than anything. I think it's worth having that there with that 25.05, which is clearly an area that the stock is struggling to get above. So hopefully it can trade well. Hopefully it can break out of that. In case it breaks down towards the bottom, the best level I see here is 23.43. And then right over here, over at 22.50 is another good one as well. Microsoft going green and doing it very nicely here as it continues to push higher. On the daily, friends, low of the pre-market, we are setting it at 410 on the dot. So 410 is your low of your pre-market. And your high is being created right now, just now, set at 414.45. It might not be done as it continues to go higher here. If you look closely, you have the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days here. Have all the main levels covered for you near the price action. 417.25 is another one you want to mark down. Once you do that, I think you are pretty set. You got a nice big range of levels here that Microsoft can work to break out of. If it does, we can always mark down higher levels if that's the case, but right now I think we're pretty set on that. Friends, we're looking at Tesla, and as we're looking at Tesla, hit the thumbs up over on YouTube. We're going for 500 likes today, and if we can get there, we'll give away a funded account to everyone here watching. So not just our Lambos and Garbage Truck members, but everyone in our YouTube stream will be included. So help us get there. 298 likes so far. We're not far from there. We're doing pretty good, actually, to that. So the minute we do 500, we'll give that funded account away. 441.69, high of the pre-market on Tesla this morning. Great day yesterday. Beautiful breakout. Low of the pre-market, 436.39. And once you do that on the daily, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. So that's looking pretty nice. Towards the top, previous day close, high from yesterday. So plenty of levels here. And we're finally putting away from that 420, which I like because I don't like Tesla around 420. Last time we hung out there, it traces really weird. It likes to come back to it. Like it just messes around too much around 420, this psychological level that we have created for Tesla. So I'm glad to see it almost $19 away from that. So it's not an issue for us. AMD pulling back a little bit with a lot of our semis this morning, pulling back slightly after an insane run over the last couple of days. You're due for a pullback at least. 453 is the high of the pre-market. The lowest being set right now. Right now it's going to be 442.45. And then below that, guys, you have the 431, we'll call it, and then highs and lows for the last 2 trading days towards the top. So I don't think you really need to add anything. All-time highs up there as well, so there's not a whole lot of levels you want to add to this one. Last but not least is QUBT. Tons of volume this morning, 16 million shares traded, so I think it's heavily in play. High of the pre-market 13.35, the low is down at 11.50. So nice big range there. We're going to go to the left here and try to find some levels even within this high and low of the pre-market. The first one is going to be right over here, 12.22. Got many levels daily slamming into. I look at that there, so many days on that level for sure. And then outside of the range towards the bottom, big level here at 10.94 and above in case we do break out to the to the upside. The next level I see is around 14.16, and then clearly we do have another one around 15.32. We haven't seen anything exciting out of this stock in a while, so this gap up hopefully can bring some momentum and some good volatility that we can actually trade. All right, let's go to Peter. What is our team watching in the chat room this morning?
Yeah, our team's getting their list in, and I'm looking at the chat room, and I love Andrew sitting in his big winter coat. Looks like he's in an actual house. But you know what? I love when he goes on these mountain adventures and then like runs himself ragged and loves it. Right? Like it's just it takes a unique personality to do that. Yeah, he's in his zone. Anyways, still making money in the markets though, right? He can even do that while he's thinking about climbing to where the oxygen is thin. And he's got his list together. He's going to be watching AMD, Intel, Rigetti, QUBT, and QBTS. So he's focused on some of the quantum stocks here this morning. Kyle is going to be watching QUBT, NVDL, so that's the NVIDIA ETF, HIMS, and Poet as a popcorn stock for him. Gary's got his eye on QUBT, NVIDIA, and MSTR. Eamon is thinking about Apple as a potential long, whereas Mike's watching NVIDIA, Micron, Tesla, and of course the scanners as he always does. We've talked about a number of things this morning. For myself, I'm going to be watching Tesla and AMD. I'm also going to keep an eye on HIMS, QUBT, and ASTS. We'll see which one moves for us this morning. Yeah, and that's our list. That's what our mods have. Of course, you can see Carlos's list at the bottom of the screen. Whatever you're going to be focusing on, guys, trade smart today, right? And we've sort of talked about this a little bit earlier. You don't want to get caught on something. Make sure you stick to your rules. Understand what your exit point is, and if it hits your stop loss, accept the loss, move on, look for another opportunity.
Yeah, that's it. You can always get back in. Do not need to back hold anything if your setup comes up again. All right, friends. Good morning again. It's good to see you. Georgie, good morning to you. So welcome, guys. Wow, we're rapidly getting those likes. 389 so far is what I'm seeing here. So that is moving nicely. All right, Bat L doing some stuff here. This was like the oil thing of at one point was very, very active. Not anymore. Since then, it has really died down. I got PLTR on my secondary list, Circle of Internet, and I have MU as well, which again, hopefully comes down so it could be a little more tradable. Right now, that price tag is pretty rough. And yeah, let's get our charts ready. 1 minute, 5 minute, and we are set to go. Looking over. See, a lot of people have QUBT, so that's good. Intel, what's Intel up to? INTC. What do we got going on here? INTC this morning is like all the other semis, I guess, pulling down a little bit. Great volume as always, 7.5 million shares trade. So if you like that one, definitely have it in play this morning. Let's keep it green, says Candy. Yes, absolutely. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. People joining in, getting ready for the live trading. Good to see you guys. Tommy, welcome. Divenito, the Viento, 7523. Welcome. Learn the art of AI. I like it. We sure have AI names now. Mess with the algos.
Okay. It's my phone, my alarm.
HIMS, Microsoft, Tesla, AMD,
it's time.
And QBT. We tried a QCOM yesterday, which actually gave us the win for the day, but man, it was ugly. Like I went back to look at it, like, hey, did I miss out on anything? I'm glad I was out before this drop happened. It just kept being ugly the rest of the day. It didn't really do anything here, so not sure if today is going to be a day where it's more active. Already you can see a little bit of activity here. 17 million. I'm sorry, QCOM is less, a lot less.
Oh yeah, QCOM's only.
QCOM is not only a million, Yeah. So.
Yeah, not quite even.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So we got Rigetti, we got QBT. Oh. Okay.
There's
a minute
alarm. The minute alarm.
Yep.
Market Atlas. Let's get that going. Or Atlas in place. Let's see what the action. Andrew's connection is pretty good. I'm looking at the chat. His connection is sharp, man. He's able to share his stream.
He's using oh crap. He's using that Starlink.
Oh, he is? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good.
So.
Very nice. Oh,
okay.
This is what I want. Okay. Give me the Atlas.
Okay, here we go, guys. 2, 1. Here we go. Opening bell. Let's see where we go.
Let's see what the action is, friends.
My goodness.
See, some of you guys are watching Apple. Apple's moving.
AMD getting a pullback, but
him's doing some stuff. All right, I'm looking for a 1 minute engulfing, maybe a 1 minute scalp. I haven't traded a scalp in a long time, but I feel like by the time I wait for something, it's gone. Here's QUBT pushing, friends. So I got my eyes on that. That is pushing there. Let's see what QUBT wants to do. We'll pull that up on our Atlas as well.
Oh, AMD changed personality. Okay. Oh, where are we going?
Here it is. QUBT. Are we dropping below that VWAP for a possible engulfing to the downside? Or are we holding here? Oh wow, that was a slingshot move and a half. It is gone. Like, you had to be so fast to catch that trade. I don't know how you get a good entry on that. Atlas does look a little bit more bullish as well. If you look at Atlas right now, you can see it looks very bullish to the upside. Tons of orders, but it's gone, man. It's the join here is a little bit late, about 30 cents or so.
I was watching AMD,
yeah,
but then I got uncertain about what it wanted to do because its profile changed in the Atlas from bullish to bearish. Sorry, bullish to a little bearish, and then it just popped up. So I guess I missed the move. I didn't have confidence. I'm still trying to figure out this open trading. I feel like just feel like a fish out of water every day.
Yeah, it's very difficult. These first couple of minutes are brutal.
You know. Watch Andrew be so good at it, and I'm like, I don't understand how.
Yeah.
He's also trading QUBT.
I think it's a long, man. Like, I don't want to chase it here, but if you look at the Atlas, it is just stacked to the top. If I can get an entry maybe for a 5-minute RB break out, and the Atlas still looks the same, if it looks the way it looks now, guys, just look at this here. This is beautiful. I mean, this is clear imbalance to the upside. So I'm just hoping we can stay under 1320 here. But it just looks like it wants to explode. I don't think I'm going to get a chance to do it. There you go. Pull back a little bit. And let's see. UBT is a good pullback. This is nice. Still looks very bullish. Yeah, this is such a nice trade, guys. Hopefully, you guys take. Again, I want to stick to my strategy. I don't want to just chase it here just to chase it. But it is gone.
Wow.
It is doing so good. Look at it go.
And Andrew's also got a trade on NVIDIA.
Okay. So, nice.
Wow.
Let's get let's update his numbers if we can. I don't know what his numbers are. We'll see if we can update those. Okay, we'll look at that rejection, pulling back. Atlas still looks bullish. Let's see if we get a 5-minute ORB with a good risk reward
Oh man, look at
on
AMD now.
QUBT.
Darn it.
Yeah, to the moon or down? I'm not watching it right now.
NVIDIA moved up. Andrew's trading NVIDIA. AMD moving higher. I missed that as an opportunity. Have some guts. I gotta have more guts. Tesla's look ugly. Man, it's ugly.
Oh, nice. Made the day on QBT already. That's awesome. Yeah, QBT is nice here. I think it's gonna be in play. It's pulling back here. Let's see if it does a
also had a
5-minute
nice
ORB.
move.
Oh.
Nice move off the open. Oh, AMD. Is AMD gonna go green? Are you just gonna tease me, AMD, and you're just gonna go green here?
All right, here. What do we have?
Oh, and look at the drop on Tesla. Yikes. Low of day.
Off
Set a
77.
new low on Tesla.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm thinking all right, I'm going long QUBT. Stop loss 1285. 5-minute ORB. Let's see if we can get to the high of the day on this one. All right, so far so good.
14. There's some orders.
All right, let's
QUBT.
see. Come on, let's break. That's a lot of orders to break through here on high of the day. So let's see if we can get that. We're struggling. Oh, no, come on.
A lot
Keep
of
the
orders
momentum.
at 15. Tons of orders at 15 on QUBT.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get there, but interesting.
Let's see here. All right, here we go. Another shot. Trying again for the high of the day.
Wow.
Let's see if we can get it going. Come on, QBT. Just break through.
Tesla come right back. Yikes.
There we go. There it is. Partial here, friends. All right, let's see if we can get higher. Market Atlas still looking very, very bullish, guys. But doesn't that mean there's still a lot of orders down here? Like this is 23,000, 20,000, 34,000. So there's still a lot of orders to the downside. There's no lack of orders here at all. But clear the demand is heavy to the upside. Let's see if we can get anything else on this one. Let's see. Come on. Continue. That's a great candle to continue the momentum right now. Get the sellers to bail. Let's go. Put the pressure on the shorts. Come on. I'm gonna take another partial, guys, just in case. I feel like if we get a drop, it's gonna be aggressive. We're up almost about 50 cents here, so I think it's worth taking a partial there, just in case. And it's just struggling to get the move. Look at this. See that? My stop loss now is at break even. We're not going to give back the money we made. And if we're not up quickly, I might take even some more off. We want this move happening now. How's AMD, Peter? Did it do anything?
It didn't quite make it to the green, the yesterday's close, but it pulled back. We'll see what it does here. So I don't know where it's going from here. The entry was earlier if you're going to take it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll pop, but I don't have a theory on it. I don't have a strategy. So look at Tesla. Wow, Tesla.
Here we are.
Looked like it was going to drop, went to low of day. Now it's pushing higher to high of day and maybe green. 445 is the green level on Tesla where it closed yesterday. So
nice. Come on, QBT. Dig in. Dig into those orders. Do the Pac-Man. The Pac-Man on these shares. There it is.
Waka, 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 waka.
Come on.
Go eat them up.
There we go. There we go. 1390. Can we get that? Here it is. I'm not gonna be greedy. Partial here, friends. Oh, okay. Now we're getting a really nice move. We can hold this. 14,
Crypto
there's
on
tons
fire.
of orders. 120,000 orders up there, guys. Look at Market Atlas. Oh, baby. All right. That was awesome. It's a nice, easy trade this morning. Well, nothing's easy, but nice,
Okay.
nice, clean trade this morning. We actually
Yeah.
got a continuation. Like,
Clean
that's been
trade.
hard to find.
Yeah.
That continuation has been very difficult. So here it is, another partial, friends, and now we just gotta manage it properly, make sure
Woof.
that you
Woof.
can
You
don't let it come back on us.
two stocks that we can often look at. Apple looks horrible this morning. All these overlapping candles gone nowhere. Microsoft, on the other hand, that you mentioned
Oh,
earlier,
yeah.
Carlos, pretty weak. Pretty weak this
Pretty
morning.
weak,
Apple's,
yeah.
yeah.
Nice drop, man. Nice drop. All right, QUB. I'm watching QUBT on the other charts, trying to see if we can get to 1450 now. I'm just gonna be a little more patient on the partials. See if we can get there. I won't let it come too low either, because we don't want to give a lot of the profits back, but we're still looking very, very bullish on this one. Let's see if that's gonna hold. So QUBT at 1411, 14.8, trying to hold here. What else we have? AMD, nothing burger right now. Tesla trying. Oh, Tesla had a nice engulfing on the 5-minute. So really nice engulfing here on the 5-minute on Tesla. So that was really nice. Microsoft trying to pull back HIMS. What is HIMS up to? HIMS with great volume, guys, as well. Looking a little bit weak here. All right, here we are, QUBT. Let's get ready, friends. I'm going to take another partial closer to that 1450. Because we got 45,000 shares at 1450. So we'll see if I can hold here, because I get impatient quickly and hit the button. So 1450 looks so far from where we're at now, but let's see. That's where the orders are stacked up, and let's see if we can get there. All right, it's trying. The Atlas tells me wait, be patient. Though we're starting to see some orders building to the downside now as well. So this move, we got to be very cautious. Can we get to 1450? Okay. Fingers are itching for a partial here. Carlos, big orders at 15. Yeah, I see the big orders at 15, but I think before we get to 15, we might see some kind of pullbacks before we get there. But yeah, it's a massive orders at 15. I just don't think we got another 50 cents straight away with the way this thing is trading. See, look at the struggle here that you're getting. So I think once we get to 1450, you might see a little, if we get there, some pullbacks. But if it's gonna do it, I'll hold some. I'm not taking everything off here at 1450. I'll hold some for that move. Will be awesome, Ben, if we can get that. Okay, did we hit it? Not quite. 1444 is our high. All right, I'm not gonna debate over 5 cents. I'm taking a partial here, friends. There we go. We're not going to be greedy over 5 cents here. So partialing. Now you see 1450 has gotten pretty low compared to, actually no, still 42,000. But all right, this didn't get lower. This just got bigger. The 15 just got much bigger with 251,000 shares and climbing. So wow, that is nice. All right, QUBT for the win today, friends. Hopefully you took advantage of this as well. Now, a lot of you guys were in much earlier for the 1 minute ORB. Hopefully you survived this pullback here. Hopefully you're still in it and taking advantage of this really nice move here. Intel, let's see what Intel is doing here. Shout out to, again, I know it's our own tool, but let's say we didn't have this tool. You know, Bookmap does the same thing, right? This is much cheaper and nicer. Ours is. But man, I wish we had this before. This is really helpful. So I'm glad Trade Terminal put this together because I think I have never tried Bookmap, and this is awesome. This market atlas is just amazing. So guys, give it a try. I think we're running a promo where you can try for 7 days, 7 calendar days. So you get 5 trading days out of it for like $9, right? So very, very cheap. Give it a shot, tradeterminal.com. It helps you really visualize where the supply and demand is. You can do this with this, but good luck. It is very difficult to do it with the level 2 here from DAS. It moves very fast, and after years and years of watching this, the atlas is so much better, so much cleaner and nicer. And I also like the history that it leaves behind of where prior support and resistance was, right? So I do like that quite a bit. Like, for example, like you could see back the history of where the some of the areas were. So I do like that quite a lot. All right, here's the pullback I was expecting, right? So I didn't think it was going to shoot up to 15 right away. We might see a couple of pullbacks to the 9, maybe the 20. I just hope that we keep doing the consolidation further apart from my entry, and we could survive the pullback if it doesn't come back and retest that. All right, friends, what are you guys up to? You guys mentioned Intel. Let's go take a look at that. INTC pushing higher here, still down, still red, like a lot of these things are. Still red, almost 2%, trying to recover and close the gap down from this morning's pre-market action. So it's trying to do that. AMD, I know Peter, you were watching this one. Wow, look at it. It's going to go green. AMD is trying to go green here. So let's see if it can do it. QBT pulling back a little bit here to under 14. Hoping the consolidation can stay above 14 will be helpful. Medi, the babe, 9075. Good morning to you. What do we have? Melanie, what are you long? Melanie's long. What is Melanie trading long today? Apple new high of the day. Let's see, Apple. Yeah, but look at the rejection. Apple's trading. It's trading rough. It's trading rough today.
It's ugly. It is very ugly. Look at that overlapping candles. Yeah.
But we see this all the time, Candy. I'm sure you have, and if you guys have been watching with us for a while, we see this all the time where we'll do this, and out of nowhere, we'll give you a breakout, and it'll just be the best stock ever. But right now, it's really nasty.
Speaking of rough, like look at Tesla. Tesla's a tough one too.
Oh wow, look at that rejection.
Because it went up and it went green, right? Like it made the previous move look small. But let's keep in mind that this is like $10, right, from top to bottom here. So almost like that's
why ugly? Yes, it's a great question, because sometimes we say, oh, this looks ugly, but then we might not explain the reason why. But if we go back to Apple, because of the overlaps, right? Every candle overlap in the previous one. So it gives you a lot of breakout, fake outs, and you never actually break out. You're stuck within the range, right? So this is a breakout trade like me and Peter. This is probably the worst thing that we can look at is this, right? Because you're not getting the actual breakout, right? So it's a lot of getting in, stopped out of break even. Oh, this looks good again. We're getting volume. Getting in, stopped out of break even, right? Maybe a partial here, maybe. So that's difficult to trade, right? There's no actual breakout happening, although you're getting the signals that there might be, and that's tough. So,
as opposed to take a look at ASTS,
right?
If you put that up, while it's up and down, you can see how the candles sort of follow one from the other. Like there's a flow to it, right? So, I mean, you could have got hurt on this, but at least you can sort of figure out the direction from candle to candle, right? Like there's more of a traceable flow. Again, look at something different like PLTR this morning, right? PLTR looks a lot like Apple does with all these overlapping candles. And like, so how do you pick a direction on that, right? Like think of how you could get chopped in that, like just horribly. So is it going to drop now? Well, maybe, but because it looks like it's sort of lower than where it just chopped there earlier, and it made a strong move down to this area. But I'm not sure I would trust it at this point, just because of that previous price action. So, this is stuff we look at. So, and it's a judgment call as much as anything else. But it's a good question. Don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah. Great question. All right. Michael, what did you trade? Mike in chat, what did he trade? He said he's. I think you traded Tesla, and now you're stopped out of break even.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have almost enough likes for a funded account? Let's see. Let's go ahead and refresh.
452.
Let's see.
Refresh. How are we doing?
Okay, 452 still. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 500 will give a funded account away for everybody. So if hit that thumbs up, helps us a ton.
Now, Carlos, do you remember
yes.
who asked the question about simulator moving live?
Yeah, are they still on?
I remember who I didn't.
If you're still here, raise your hand. Because it'll be a good time
I didn't
to
see
get
who
into
that was, but it's a good question that we should get back to, and we could do that if we have a little bit of time here. I'm watching things. I haven't taken my first trade for today, so nothing yet for me. Carlos, feeling pretty done right now, probably.
I'm just watching QBT. I have still a little bit left, and I'm just gonna wait for break even. If it hits break even, we'll be out. If it continues, we'll be watching it go here. So right now, giving a little bit of a pullback, which is kind of expected. I don't think it was gonna run up to 15 like that. And let's see if it's gonna hold here. But yeah, Peter, let's get into that. I want to just first say welcome to JPin ATL. Lambos and Garbage Truck family. So welcome. Good to have you.
Welcome. And as people are pointing out, Carlos, we did it. So we got to honor our commitment. We're at 5:03 right now.
Oh, nice. Well, let me set that up. I'll start turning that on. But maybe you want to give that answer to from sim to live. I think it's a good thing to talk about. And then I'll go set that up right now. And I'll let you guys know what the hashtag is. So don't do it yet.
Yeah, we don't have anything yet. We'll let you know. But yeah, moving from sim to live is always one of the most challenging things because the technology is the same. In theory, everything that you do is identical, right? You're just doing it in a live account versus a sim account. What changes mostly is your emotions and your perception of risk, right? Because you get more anxious about the trade. You get concerned about what you're doing. And usually it means you start to trade differently. You might be tighter or you might be looser. Right, you might panic a little bit more, or you might just start throwing things at the wall to see what they stick and get frustrated. Those are all emotional responses that are natural when you go to live trading. So one of the things that I like to recommend to people is, again, like I said earlier, it's never an all or nothing venture. What you should do is when you're going from simulator, let's say you've been testing a strategy, it's been working great, and then you go live and suddenly it's not working quite as great, right? Do it, trade live for enough time to get data, and that time depends on how many trades you take a day and how active you are. But do it for at least a week. Trade live, be willing to put up the money that even if it's a loss day after day, trade the live and figure out what's happening. But make sure you journal each day. Don't just journal where I entered and where I exited. Journal what you felt. How are you feeling? How did you react? What were your emotions like, right? And from that, hopefully by the end of that week or 2 weeks or whatever you need, you can start to find some patterns. And how does that commentary in your journal differ from the commentary you had when you were trading in simulator? I'm willing to bet you're going to find some distinct trends, right? You're going to find, look, when I had a winner, I got nervous and I started taking partials too early, which meant my winners seemed to be on average smaller compared to when I was more calm when it was in simulator, because it didn't matter. I could hold forever, right? It doesn't matter. It's all simulated electrons. Maybe you're exiting before your stop. Maybe you're holding after your stop hit, but you're going to start to find some trends. Take that information and go back into simulator and say, okay, let me trade. Can I get back to the basics? Can I trade the way I want to? Once you've proven you can do that again, then you can go back live armed with, okay, I know what I did wrong last time. So what do I need to pay attention to, right? I know I can do it. I just proved it again in simulator. Now let me go live, take a deep breath, right? And say, okay, so I need to hold longer on when I get into these when they're successful. I need to exit at my stop, or whatever your specific 1 or 2 focus areas are that differed between your live trading and your simulator trading. Unfortunately, you might have to repeat that pattern several times before you figure it out and get that good balance. It is tough, because you can't discount what the emotions do to you. When you're in a live fire, one of the reasons, if you use a military example, why do they train and drill and drill and drill and train and drill and as much as possible? Because when you get in a live fire, you don't want to think. You don't want people to think you want them to execute exactly as they've been trained. You're trying to get to that point where you can execute exactly as trained, but you can't do that unless you put yourself in a near live fire, or in this case, right, you can actually go into live fire scenarios. So you want to put yourself there to figure out, how am I actually going to react emotionally, not technically, emotionally. So anyways, that would be my recommendations, that, figure that out. You need that experience. You need that live experience, but you could do it at low stakes, right? Another option, if you don't want to go back to sim, just reduce your size and do it to a size that, frankly, it might not matter. $20 risk per trade. Anybody can do that, right? Like, who cares? $10 risk per trade, if even that's too much, right? You don't have to go in and say, I'm going live, so I'm going to risk $100 or $200 or $1,000 per trade. You don't have to do that, right? Reduce the size back to a point where you can start to manage those emotions and keep them in check. But first, you have to figure out, what are the emotions? What's affecting me? Because everybody, it exhibits itself a little bit differently. Again, it may be your stops. It may be the way you're partialing. It may be the way you're assessing what's a good trade and a bad trade, right? When suddenly the market's live, you're like, everything looks good. I don't know what to do anymore. How is it that, when you go into simulator, like, I can distinguish the goods from the bad, because you don't have that emotional overlay. Whatever it is, you've got to figure that out. And you can only do that by journaling your trade, keeping track of what you're doing and what happened, and making course adjustments. Again, 1 or 2 at a time, right? Don't try and fix everything. You may go live and you're like, everything's wrong, right? Everything broke suddenly. I went live, I don't understand what wrong. But you got to find 1 or 2 things, because you try and focus on too much, you're going to do everything poorly. So there you go. Yeah. That would be my recommendation. So Carlos, 100%. What are we doing?
We're doing hashtag trading terminal today. So hashtag trading terminal gets you in. Trading terminal providing us with a free fun. Yeah, it's a big one. You got to get it right. Type it right. Trading terminal is the hashtag for today, friends. Check it out. For tools like this one, I mean, they're just awesome. They're just awesome. Tesla did have a nice VWAP breakdown, so look at that. I wasn't watching because I was focused on QBT. I'm out of all QBT, by the way, so we're out of it here, collapsing. And I gotta say, it's kind of putting in a nice VWAP breakdown too. So you got that going as well. All right, friends. On this one today, everyone is in. So you do not have to be a Lambo and Garbage Truck member. If you are a Lambos and Garbage Truck member, you are going to get extra tickets in the bin here. But you do not have to be a Lambo and Garbage Truck member. What's going on? Why is it Brain Terminal not working? Are people typing it correctly?
All one word, right?
Yeah, all one word.
Do caps matter?
I don't know. Do they? They shouldn't.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Why is it not working? How come it's only? Well, I'm here, so I'm okay. I'm in, Peter.
Am I not? I'm not eligible. I typed it in.
It's not my problem.
Trading terminal.
Does it need to be caps? That's ridiculous if it does. Try capital on trading terminal. Try it this way, Peter. Try exactly the way I pasted it here.
Yeah, I did that too. Trading terminals. Really? Capitals on the 2 T's, right? Check what you put in. Did you spell it wrong, maybe? And then that's why it's only those that happen to spell it wrong with you?
No, shouldn't be.
I don't know. There's still only correctly. There's only 6 eligible. Nobody's getting into this. That's so
weird. How come nobody's getting in? Something's wrong. We broke it. We broke the tool. We broke the tool. All right, we'll do it again. Hold on a second. Members, viewers, regulars, no moderators. We don't want those guys in there.
What?
That doesn't make sense. It's perfectly.
Trading terminal.
We broke it? Even then, mine's not working now. All right, let's change it up. Let's do something else. Let's do hashtag TT. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what we did, and I don't know how we broke this thing. So we do hashtag TT now. It likes TT for some reason. It likes TT. I don't know why. It doesn't like trading terminal. And you guys were typing it right, so it's not your fault. It's probably a user error on my part. But let's do hashtag TT. There we go. 99 users in, 115. We'll give it a couple of seconds. A lot of us here today.
That,
yeah, I don't know why that didn't work.
We'll let everybody. That makes sense. Give everybody a chance to get back in here.
As that's happening, checking out our trays here. AMD at the VWAP dropping as well. QBT had a potential VWAP breakout. I just didn't feel like I should get back in and reverse my position like that, but that would have worked out actually. So we'll find something to trade. All right, friends, 206 users. Let's give it a little bit more again. Hashtag TT. Gotta put the hashtag in TT, and doesn't matter. You don't have to be a Lambos and Garbage Truck member. So get in there, and we'll give that away in just a second now. All right, let's see here. Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Let's run it. Let's just do it. I don't understand though. Why only 227 of you guys want the free account when I have like 1,100 people watching? You guys don't want to win? What's going on?
You've excluded me. I feel.
No. You are in, Peter.
I don't count as a moderator?
No, well, we do, but you're a Lambos and Garbage Truck member, so you count. See?
Oh, I see.
So you're in there.
Okay.
Yeah, but
All right.
if you're just a moderator, yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right, guys, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Our winner for today goes to, wow, Chris MC. No.
Oh, Chris MC.
Way.
OG.
Chris MC. He's been trying to win for like a year.
Yeah. He thought it was rigged.
He thought it was rigged. Oh, Chris MC. Remember? Look at you. Chris MC, we got some history, man. Chris MC even got banned from the channel one time. We had to slow his brakes a little bit. Like, Chris, relax. You know, Chris is a good guy. The issue with Chris is he doesn't know how to use the space bar. He uses the space bar as enter. So he'll type like a whole sentence broken down in like 3 different messages. Like, Chris, put it all together. Put it all together. And then hit enter. But we love you, Chris. Congratulations, man. You are the winner for today. That's a special one because I know you've been trying for a very, very long time. So there you go, my brother. We'll get you hooked up. Send me an email, and we'll get you all set up. All right, friends. Let's find some stocks to trade here. Right now, my only trades on QUBT. Great 5-minute ORB breakout. That was beautiful. And we're out the rest here. So it came back down to the VWAP. And we'll see what else is in play that we can take advantage of here. What is the funded account? You can learn more about it in tradingterminal.com. So head over to tradingterminal.com. I can put it right on here. And it's basically an account that you can trade in a simulator. You pay $2.99. If you don't win here, you could pay $2.99 or $3.99 is it now? I think it's higher now. And you can trade our sim money, but if you do follow the rules and become profitable, you can get paid up to $10,000 from us, right? So check it out, tradingterminal.com. It's going to have all the information available to you there. All right, Peter, for you, anything so far, or no trades yet? Okay.
Nothing yet. Still waiting. AMD, people are pointing out to me in the chat room here how NVIDIA did sort of a double top and then dropped.
Where?
But it was early for a mountain pass, so it didn't qualify for me. Yeah, I'm watching.
AMD?
Here? It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
Oh, NVIDIA. Okay, because I'm like, I don't see it there. Okay, NVIDIA.
NVIDIA, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I am watching. I am watching AMD to see if it can go. I was hoping it would get back and retest the VWAP, and then I could get a drop. But it looks like it just spiked and dropped like $3 here, or $2.50 from that. So let's see what it can do here. The market is weak. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA's got NVIDIA's a little touchy. NVIDIA is also sitting just under VWAP. I don't trust it.
NVIDIA?
Yeah.
NVIDIA long or short? Which were you thinking?
That's why I want a short on it, but the Atlas is a little bit higher here.
Yeah. Been your short QUBT. Nice. What did you get in? That's a nice short. Did go under 13. Let's see what it does here. CRW. Let's see here. CRWV. What is CoreWeave for the drop today? Look at that, down 7% on the day. But in the intraday, man, it's just adding on to those losses here. Look at that drop. Nice and clean. Great 5-minute ORB.
Yeah, I was looking at CoreWeave.
That's clean.
It looks, I mean, the drop is clean. I would have struggled to get into that, I think.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I was sort of watching it, but I didn't know what it was doing. So, HIMS is pushing higher right now.
Let's see. Here we go. All right, friends, looking for our next opportunity here if we can find it. See where we can get some action. Let's take a look. What are you guys in now? BE? Bloom Energy? What's Bloom Energy up to? Oh, sorry, break even. Break even, not Bloom Energy. I'm like, this is not doing much right now, but you mean break even. Ben, gotcha. All right, SMCI at VWAP. Okay, trying to get there. This could be a potential, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Tesla sideways. Microsoft had a weak start. Great pre-market action into the open, then just became really weak. Actually sold off pretty clean. There's a connecting candles here. Okay, look at him. He's trying to get the hive day going. So breaking out here. Up $1 and change from the VWAP. So look at that. Let's see if we can maintain those gains that it just took off on here. PLTR jump in. I don't know. Let's see. What's PLTR doing? I don't know if I'm jumping in this one, Melanie. I don't know. Are you trading it? What are you doing with it today? Melanie's jumping in. PLTR.
What? I don't even know which direction to take. What, long? I don't know. It's short.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not.
See what Melanie says. Atlas is working. I was just in it. I'm in it right now. So I'm using the app. That you can get from the browser, and yeah, it's working for me. Let's just make sure you try it again. Here is Tesla. Tesla does look a little bit more bearish to the downside on Atlas. But not sure. The Melanie response. What's Melanie thinking on PLTR? Is that okay? OREN. What's that? OREN. That's not coming up. Oh, you mean IREN? Okay, I got you here. I got your last message there. IREN, yeah, IREN at VWAP. This has been in play over the last couple of days, friends. So we've seen some increase in volume. Look at the daily here. Last couple of days has increased nicely here. Gap down yesterday, pretty big, and today's pretty much flat, going green right now. Trying to see what's next here. So at the VWAP with the previous day close behind it. Let's see if it can give us a good pattern for a VWAP breakout. So we'll see if we can set anything up like that. Not for everyone has to disappear across servers. My Atlas is messed up right now. Oh, okay. So some people are having Atlas outages. Okay. We'll send that over.
Oh no. What happened?
Oh
man.
We'll send that.
Did I hit the wrong button?
Oh, did you get in, out, or something?
I was in. I decided to go NVIDIA short. I was waiting for this VWAP breakdown, and the market started to support it. It was breaking down. I got in, but then I seem to be out at break even. I don't know how that happened.
Which one?
NVIDIA.
NVIDIA?
Yeah. Why did I get out? Oh man. Look, I had the trade
for
lined
short.
Up.
For short?
I was going short.
That
so
sucks.
because I was short at 221.15, and then for whatever reason I'm out at the exact same price. So I don't know what happened.
Oh, that's not
I'm
cool.
sure I only hit the button once. Every once in a while, you know, sometimes your hot buttons, you know, misfire or something. Or because I don't. Anyways,
Hmm.
I don't know why I'm out. Oh, look at this.
All right, I just sent that over, friends, on Atlas. So um, developers should be looking into it. All right, friends. JD, MU, let's take a look. Here's JD. At VWAP, did do a nice pattern earlier, probably not with a whole lot of volume. Failed here, and then trying to stay above the VWAP. I don't see it as a good trade for me. MU is just not touchable right now, especially this price range. I'm surprised it doesn't start trading pretty crappy here. So let's see. Right now, I don't see anything great on it, so I don't see a possible trade for me just yet on it. Tesla trying to round out the bottom here and head towards the VWAP. Microsoft, nothing. HIMS. Wow, HIMS keeps going. Made a new high just a minute ago and continues to climb here. Trying to close the gap up for the day. So here's the day gap down and trying to kind of close this gap here, at least some of it at the moment. SMCI is being mentioned again. Do we? Yeah, I see the potential breakout here. I don't love it. I don't think it's a setup, a quality setup, but you know, you are getting the breakout here. Like for me, oh sorry, let me show you this view. For me, this would be kind of like the breakout. Like these are not breakout, these are barely getting above. So this would be the breakout candle, you know, with this one. And now we will need a pullback here and then the confirmation, right? So we need a red candle here and then a confirmation. I just don't know if that's in play here for this one. So we'll have to see. An SMCI. Well, let's see. It's doing something right now. There's the pullback. Let's see what Atlas tells us on SMCI. SMCI volume seems a little bit lighter than what I would like. That's for sure. Short term, it does look more bullish. Short term, right here. And it actually did a beautiful move.
Oh, Tesla's just going sideways now.
Wow, I didn't think it was gonna get the volume the way it did, guys. It worked out lovely. This SMCI, it worked out. I'm not in it, but it's yeah. This is nice actually. Let's see if we can get to 33, 36. Yeah, look, it's just volumes starting to come in. You're getting the breakout, and let's see if we get to 36, 33, 36. So here's the entry. My stop would have been 32.90, maybe to 32.85 ish. So we at least need previous day close, high of the day to make this worth our while if you would have been in it. But whoever called this out, hopefully you got in it with time. And right now you're getting the move. Atlas looks very bullish towards that 30, 33.95. So let's see. QBT, what's going on with QBT? Yeah, QBT is struggling to get above the VWAP. Like it's having a hard time here. Came down the VWAP here, struggling here, struggling again. It's still a very strong stock at up 28% for the day. Tons of volume. I just think right now it hasn't decided whether it wants to retry for those highs again, or does it want to give some back? You know, like this is one of the best days we've seen out of QUBT. So won't be shocked if this candle ends red for the day. People taking some profits that have been hanging out here at $6, $6.50. So that's also an opportunity. And you're slamming into resistance from beginning of the year and December as well right now. So that's what we're struggling with at the moment. 1335. So
Sleepy
we'll see.
Rainbow.
We'll see.
Sleepy Rainbow's asking about Bloom Energy, BE, and
Uh,
I don't see any data on the Atlas on it, which is weird. Oh no, here it is. Just popped in. Yeah, there's not a lot of orders. I don't know. Volume's a little lower than I like on this stock.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it wants to go back green, but at the moment, but I don't know. It's not something I would trade.
Yeah.
Volume's looking pretty light right now.
Does anyone know why my view app is slightly different on each chart in your own platform?
Yes.
Yes. You might have the settings for each chart.
No. What platform are you using?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the platform.
Well, he's using on his own platform, in his own chart, in his own different charts. It's different.
Yeah. So, Ryan, it depends on the back end calculations that they use. So generally it should be the same, right? Because assuming that you're always using VWAP the way it was originally designed, which means it's an intraday measure, right? VWAP wasn't designed to be used overnight or across multiple days, but assuming you're using an intraday. So on DAS, I can speak to it specifically. They do the math based on the chart data. So basically what they do is they take aggregated volume. It's just a way for them to manage their data sets. And look, so if you're using a 1 minute chart, basically the volume weighted average price is exactly that. How many shares traded at what price? So every minute it'll say, okay, so X number of shares traded an average price of Y, right? And then it adds all that up and then does the math and divides it out and gives you the VWAP number. If you go to a 5 minute chart, it says on every 5 minute period, it says what's the average number of shares and the average price per 5 minute period, adds it up, does the division. So the math is going to be slightly different, right? Not hugely, but slightly different. The VWAP that is the most accurate theoretically should be the one that's in the level 2 if you use that number. So if I'm looking at NVIDIA right now, and the VWAP on the level 2 is $221.07. The VWAP on the 1 minute chart is $221.13. The VWAP on the 5 minute chart is $221.27. So you're right, there is a difference, but it's just because of the way it's calculated, right? It calculates it based on the average price per candle definition as per the chart. So if you look at a 2 minute chart or a 30-minute chart, it's going to be slightly different just because of that aggregated number. When you calculate it out, gives you a slightly different result. So hopefully that helps.
There you go.
Again, like any average or any one of these things, always consider it a range, right? The VWAP is, accurate plus or minus a certain error level, right? Because it's all depends on what everybody is looking at. And you use a different platform, it might calculate slightly differently as well. So.
Yeah. Short MU. Okay, nothing else from me, friends, right now. Short MU. You're going short MU. Yeah, it looks like it wants to lose the low of the day. It just did. Make it a new low of the day there.
Darn it, NVIDIA did end up working exactly as I was hoping. I don't know why I got out at break even, but there's the move now finally. Not a huge one, but at least it got below that previous area of support at 220. So that's the number that I was looking for. So that is unfortunate for me.
SMCI. Oh, nice rejection there. Couldn't get above that 33.30. And coming back to the VWAP.
Doing. Yeah, Intel. Intel obviously looks weak, but it depends on what the Level 2 is the Atlas. What does the Atlas say on Intel? Oh, pretty balanced on Intel. Yeah, I can't tell which way Intel's going based on the Atlas. It looks very, very balanced. So tough to read. Funny, I just on one of my screens here, I've got Fred Warsh's picture here, who's Kevin Warsh, who's the incoming Fed chair.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I was thinking about Eamon's comments this morning, how the expectation is he might be a little more open to changing interest rates or the Fed prime rate. We have to keep in mind, though, even as chair, you're chair of a committee, right? And you've got to leverage the committee vote. So what really is going to be important is how effectively is he able to manage the committee members, right? Like he may get pushed around by them more. He may be able to dictate his point of view more. Like it depends. I've got to believe that Powell had a fairly strong overriding opinion, but maybe not. I mean, the Fed chair voters, right? The other Fed heads from the different divisions were decreasingly maybe increasingly diverse on their opinions about what should happen with interest rates, right? Remember the last interest rate announcement by the Fed, we had the largest divergence in opinions that we've seen in 20 years or something like that. So, it seems like, the Fed voters, right? The other heads of the individual agencies, or what do they call them? I don't even know what they call them, like branches.
I don't know.
Anyways, whatever they're called.
Branches sounds good.
Right?
We'll go with that.
Yeah. Anyways, the different branches, had big opinions, and look, you can argue it doesn't really matter at this point whether it's politically motivated or it's maybe microeconomics. Maybe they're seeing economic forces different in their region, or they're just assessing the national situation slightly differently. I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of data out there that you could interpret in multiple ways. So I think that the challenge before the new incoming Fed chair is, how does he herd those cats? Right? How effectively is he able to sort of bring the opinions together to create a new Fed rate that they will have the majority support, and that people will go out and support? Because you can lose that support quickly, right? Because I mean, look, they all have independent speaking gigs, they all have the ability to go talk to other peers and media, and if they start questioning the chair, you could have a short tenure. I mean, it's happened before, right? Where Fed chairs just didn't have the support of the committee, and they didn't last very long. So we'll see what happens.
Yep.
FOMC members. Yeah, I guess that's maybe the right term.
Confirmation. Yes. Yeah, FOMC members. Yeah, that thing that I heard that being mentioned before. That makes sense. Sleepy Rainbow.
Can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I just find it different. It to me, I still always have to remind myself how different like the U.S. system is to Canada, right? Because in Canada, like the Bank of Canada, it's just one agency. Like there's no regional banks. There's no, it's just one. Whereas here, it's sort of a, you have to remember that it's a structured committee made up of governors from all of the different regions, and then appointed boards, like the committee members. So you've got New York, Cleveland, Minneapolis, Dallas, Philadelphia, Richmond, San Francisco, Chicago, right? You've got all these different regions of the Fed, plus the actual board appointed individuals. So yeah, it's a pretty big committee that you've got to get consolidated opinions on. Oh, interesting. And I didn't realize the actual voters change year over year, Carlos. Let's do this. Hold on a sec. Let me pull this up here. Gov. So here's an interesting thing. I've got it on the screen that I'm sharing. The FOMC members change year over year. So as we're going forward into 2027, the members as they stand now, which you can see at the top of this list, right, for the 2026 committee members, are changing. So whereas, San Francisco, let's see, San Francisco is a alternate member, so they don't have a direct vote. Mary Daly, she's going to be on, or at least that role will be on the core member roster for 2027 as the new Fed chair comes in. Same thing with Chicago. I see they're going to get moved up, and Richmond. So it looks like they alternate, and some of those that were on the main board now, like New York, Cleveland, and Boston, right? Is Boston up here? Anyways, yeah, they're moving down. So it looks like they alternate between core members and alternate in terms of what their voting rights are and responsibilities. So
that's interesting.
Zeus, I'm using the exact tone of Agent Smith. Am I really? I didn't realize that.
That's funny.
Can I spawn like multiple versions of me?
Yeah, say cool. It's the smell. It's one of my favorite scenes. It's a great movie. Great movie.
Yeah.
It's video. How do I find the ATR for a stock? You could find, if you have Dashboard Approach, right on the platform. If you don't, you can use, I think Trading Terminal has it as well. So you can search it there. You could use FinViz. There's a bunch of places you can find the ATR of a stock. FIM is probably one of the ones that people use a lot.
Hello.
Especially, I go there when we try to confirm if something's right. Sometimes the lower stocks be having some crazy numbers. They're just not aligned, and you'd be surprised. Every different platform, FinViz will have this, Trading Terminal will have this, Benzinga will have this, DAS will have this. Like, it's how crazy, how random it is on the actual number. Especially as you get lower. When you get lower, the data is not as great.
You think you're still on my chart, just so you know, or my screen.
Oh,
yeah, which is good. But can you please change that, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I can't. Yes. What else we got, friends?
What I want is an end to this world and your sad existence.
Never send a humans to do a machine's job. Like, you know what? We're coming close to that.
Yeah, we get all these quotes out there.
We're coming close to that.
Never send Never send a human to do a machine's job. All right.
You guys gonna make me watch this movie.
I did. He was a good bad guy.
He was great. He was great. Yeah, he did good.
What's going on here? Yeah,
There's some people that are really good bad guys, and they get stuck in that role. And when you see them in a movie where they're actually good people, you're like, you just don't fit this here. I need to. Are you gonna turn around and start killing people? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is not you, man. Or comedies. Some people get stuck in these comedies. Like, when I see Kevin Hart in a serious movie, I'm just laughing. I'm like, come on, man. How many takes did it take to do this?
Yeah.
How many takes did it take to do this serious part here?
Some actors. My wife was talking about it the other day, where she said, "Who was like I never watched the show, but Prison Break." She said there was a guy that played the bad guy in Prison Break. We're going back here, but and I don't know who it was, but she said she, like, every time she sees him in something else, she's like, she can't handle it. Like, she saw a movie or something where he was supposed to be a good guy, and she's like, there's no way you're gonna turn on them. You're a bad guy. I know it. Because he just did such a good job, I guess, in Prison Break, that she's like, forever he's a bad guy in her mind. So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
This guy too, what's his name? The guy from Friends, he tried to become a serious actor, and it's just like, dude, you're so goofy in Friends, and Friends is such a Joey
Joey,
Him,
whatever his name
too.
is.
But the other one,
Okay.
Rachel's boyfriend. I forgot his name. Jeez, I forgot his name. Rachel's boyfriend.
Oh, so Matt LeBlanc is. Are you talking about David Schwimmer?
David Schwimmer. Yes,
No,
him.
that's the.
Yeah, he tried to get some
Yeah,
serious
okay.
roles, and it's just you can't because he was the goofy, tall-looking guy. It's just it didn't fit, you know. Ross, there you go. How can I
Yeah,
forget Ross? And you're
Ross.
stuck with
Yeah,
these roles,
Dr.
man.
Ross Geller.
Yeah,
Now, one that did make a
absolutely.
good. Matthew Perry's played some. Well,
Yeah, he
dead.
did good. Yeah,
He's dead now.
he's gone now,
But
but yeah, yeah.
but he did some good different roles where he played serious roles, and I could take him seriously in that. So
Yeah.
he always
I
seemed to
know
play
in
teachers.
Game of
Though.
Thrones, as Mike Jones is saying, I know Game of Thrones was the kid that was the bad guy, one of the kings. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
he actually has stories where people will find him in the street and they'll shout like mean things to him. Like they took it like, dude, it's just a
Yeah.
role. I know he killed the whole family or
Yeah.
whatever. It's horrible what he did, but it's just a movie, guys. Like, let's not go scream and throw stuff at the guy when he's having a meal. That's crazy,
Intel
man.
did drop. Look at Intel actually dropped, and NVIDIA went red. Look at that. I was short on NVIDIA. I had the call, and I don't know what happened. I accidentally got I should have jumped back in it. I didn't want to. I didn't want to chase this thing.
You did too, Peter. I took the
Uh,
video short.
Yeah, well, I did, and then somehow I got it to break even, and I don't know how. I must have probably user error, but
Not me. I got short, great entry, took a partial where I wanted, and it just
Nice.
came right back to my entry and stopped me out. But look at that. Yeah. Yep. I was same thing, right, Peter? Like you're short and you're like, this is it. But you got to stick to your rules because otherwise, this is what can happen. Look at my Tesla trade. There, take a partial. Got to stick to your break even. Otherwise, look at that massive dump on Tesla that I would have got caught in otherwise. So,
you seeing that trade? Where is it?
Yeah. So.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep. There's the Tesla trade, got in, partial out, break even, and then bam, sold off. And then NVIDIA. Where did you get in NVIDIA?
I was right below VWAP, 220.15 or something, I think was my entry. So
yeah.
Anyway, I waited for that after it retested the VWAP, and then it didn't look like it wanted to go higher. It was right at 10.07, something like that. Yeah, 10.07.
I can tell you the trade that I'm very upset I missed, and that's this trade right here on the MES. Right here was your entry. 74.02. Right there.
Yeah.
Take it. I was making coffee. I thought I had enough time to make coffee and come back. But that was the trade right there. Nice little downtrend, pullback, lower volume, dying volume, and then you get the push down. Man, been downtrending all day too. All overnight ever since yesterday. Yeah, that was the entry point. I'm gonna feel for that one. That one's gonna. I gotta put a limit order in. I gotta learn how to put limit orders in so that they enter. It's not hard. I just I wanted that trade at 74.0175 is where I wanted to enter.
Wow. Somebody called out Bloom Energy a little while ago. It was moving up towards the previous day close, and man, did it ever reject off of that. Rejected and moved back down here over the last 20 minutes or so, or 10 minutes since we've been talking. So that's interesting. Wow, Tesla's at the low of day. Yeah, the market's losing some altitude here. That's it. It's over. The recession's upon us. Head for the hills. No, I'm kidding. No panic. It's like every time the market takes like a slight move down, people are like, "Oh my God, this is it." It's like, all right, let's just calm down. It's just
how close.
Just pulling back.
How close was I on this? Yeah, look at that. Had I gotten a better entry up here, I might have been able to. So close. So close. Oh well. Nice partial. That's a good trade though. That's a nice trade. I'm happy about that trade. The day that could have been. It's okay though. NVIDIA, I do think wants 215 at the orders down here. So yeah, see, Carlos, look at my Atlas on Tesla. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
But
it's
NVIDIA is fine.
certain servers. Yeah, my Tesla.
Microsoft,
mine looks.
MU's fine. Amazon's a little weird. AMD's really weird.
Yeah.
Apple's fine. Yeah. It could be too that we have the beta version, so that could be an issue as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
David
trade's
Ben
gonna be
could
the
be
one that
serious
gets
this
me.
time. Market will flash 20%. I don't know, man. I don't know. What's 20%?
Yeah.
We're moving 5% a day. That's probably nothing. It's a regular pullback at this point. 20%, no biggie. We'll be back at all-time highs in no time. I gotta see it to believe it. Not saying you're wrong, but I just don't believe it. I think it's not it.
MU, man. MU, man, this thing's gotta pull back. Like, the more I look at this daily chart on MU, the more I'm like, I just want to buy some puts. Like, this thing is just, it's parabolic over this month.
That weekly
Gap up,
chart
gap up,
is,
gap up, gap
is
down,
concerning.
gap up, gap
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Like $320 in 12 days.
It's amazing, eh? Amazing.
Like, I just want to be like, yeah, let me buy puts and then watch this. Be like, yeah, see, but I'm gonna regret this trade I had today. I'm definitely gonna miss this trade. Oh,
I am very hungry.
you're hungry?
I am.
Mm.
It's time for some breakfast.
Yeah, but again, I mean, that little inputs chart works. Down, bearish pre-market, trend day, and look at what we got. Nice little trend day downwards. So
CRWV, low of day. NVIDIA just bouncing here. Ugh. Had the right trade on that. It's
I definitely should have put a limit order in.
that is one of the oldest and best sayings in the market. Yes, the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. I do love that one.
Yes,
it just reminds you. It might not make sense to you, but don't fight it. You got to follow the price action. If the market says that NVIDIA is going to be worth $1,000, then it's worth $1,000. Doesn't matter if it makes sense to you or not. The market could care less what you think.
Yeah. We do need a nice healthy pullback though. I think if we get a nice healthy pullback, it'll be very beneficial.
You need a recession to correct the stock price action, man. It's like this is going to a recession, a tiny one. My goodness, it's out of control. Oh boy.
The next couple days are going to be interesting when the president meets with Xing, right? The president of China, when the two get together.
Yeah, it's just Thursday, right? Thursday or Friday?
Yeah, Thursday, Friday. So, and it's not that they're meeting that's very big. It's I want to watch the tweets and the news conferences
Mm-hmm.
and all
Yeah.
that, because there is some definite tension that's gonna be there between the two.
Yeah.
So
It's not like they're buddies. And
they're not buddies. You got Taiwan that's looming out there, right? That affects the chip market. Then you have oil, right? The Strait of Hormuz, which affects
mm-hmm.
China and us, apparently. So yeah, my wife almost had a heart attack. She went out and filled up gas, was like, what the heck did we transport to California over
She's paying
over the
California
past 2 weeks?
prices.
Yeah, because she's used to like $4, right? I think you showed that sheet, right? Missouri's like in the $4 range. That's what we're used to in California when we were living there. But now she's like, what? $4? It's insane. Like, I don't know how people in California are doing it. Some people drive like 2 hours a day to work. How do you do that on $6 gas? Like, yeah, $100 to fill up a Jeep. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, this is interesting too. Trump is taking like a whole squad of people, man, over there. He's taken Elon, Tim Cook, D. Powell, which is chairman of Meta, CEO executive from Boeing, Kelly, Ryan from Visa, Stefan from Blackstone, Citigroup, Jane, chief executive officer, GE Aerospace, Harry. I mean, he's taking a bunch of high level execs, yeah. So that's interesting. And the one comment everybody makes absent from the list is Jensen Huang, whose company central is the rivalry between the U.S. and China over computer chips and artificial intelligence. So I guess they want to keep him. Like, let's not take you and start no problems. So
yeah,
let's see.
Well, yeah. I think that's a lot of businesses trying to go to China to say you need to loosen up some of your rules and regulations of stealing our crap.
Yeah.
And '69 Mustang, yeah. That's gotta, every time you press the gas pedal, you think, oh, there goes another $10.
Let's see here.
There we go. Nice. We'll see if we can't get back up to this 74.01 again. Such a nice entry. Can't believe I didn't take that.
Yeah.
But good trade on Tesla. Good trade on NVIDIA today.
I was showing my wife last night. I just filled up my car with, and it wasn't even completely empty, but I filled it $100. Cost me $100. And I've never had $100 gas, tank fill.
I think I actually I got gypped off on one of the gas stations I went to, and I didn't take a receipt. But we're looking at the credit card bill yesterday. I'm getting ready to pay whatever. We pay it every month. And I noticed $71 from Fuel One, which is here in my town. And like $71, my card does not fill up with $71. It's usually like, 50 if it's completely empty, like 50. And I saw it's $71 and I couldn't find a receipt. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. So these guys either messed up. Because one of these older gas stations where they take the credit card and they put it in the machine. It's not like the nice fancy one, they do it right there. So I'm like, this guy got me, man. He got me. It could have been an error. But I don't have a receipt now to tell him like, dude, what the hell, you know? So, but yeah, it's when I saw that, I was like, what the heck, $71? Yeah, they got me for at least $25 there easily.
Oh.
So, but what can you do? Gotta be more careful next time. So make sure you get that receipt, friends, just in case.
So what did I pay for my premium gas? I paid $6.15 a gallon.
$6.15. Oh, so you're paying California prices.
Yeah,
California prices.
That's like premium.
That's dollars. That's U.S. dollars.
That's U.S. dollars. Yeah,
okay.
I'm doing the conversion here. I
Cali.
paid $2.21 Canadian per liter, but that's $6.15 US per gallon. So,
yeah. Bright Light for Kids. Yeah, man. Giveaway was earlier today. The minute we hit 500 was our goal. 500 likes. We gave that away. And, man, we are 579. So thank you guys for all the support. Really appreciate you guys. We rocked through that number today. And guess who won Bright Light for Kids? You won't believe it. You won't believe who won today.
Chris MC, finally.
Finally.
There you go.
You know?
That's right. That's right.
There you
Persistence
go.
pays off.
That's it, man. See
yeah. Ray, I can only imagine. Yeah, you get a V8 pickup truck. Yeah, it's gotta be expensive. I have to admit, but my car's not that bad on gas. You'd think it would be pretty horrible, but it's not.
But it's light, right? It's just it's you're not pushing like an SUV. It's light, right?
Yeah,
it's
true. And also, you tend to, you coast a lot. It coasts really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I'll be driving we've got a lot of sort of rural highways here. So if I get to like about 90 kilometers an hour, so what is that? It's about 58 miles an hour or something. And often when I'm in, I just take it out of gear and I can coast a good like half a mile until you get to the next light. And it doesn't really slow down at that speed. It just keeps going.
Well, I'm sure the aerodynamic features of it help. It's not like you're pushing a GMC truck. Well, it's not like you're pushing a GMC SUV. You know that thing. You're on the gas all the time. So
that's true.
Very
the
big
Porsches aren't known for their super aerodynamics, but they're certainly a lot better than your average SUV. Yeah. So, and I think that's the advantage I have of having a standard as well, right? Because I can just take it out of gear, and I like doing that sometimes where I'm like, how far can I coast on this without having to hit the brakes, Just, if you can manage it right, especially if you get to an area where like the speed slows or something, or you're coming to a corner, you just coast all the way. And I'm like,
you're such a car guy, man.
I am.
Because I do the same thing. Me and my kids, we have this hill. And we once we turn, we accelerate up to a certain point, and then we got to get off the accelerator, and then we put it in neutral, and we wait to see if we can get up the hill and catch the wave down. And it's so funny. They're going like this, like, come on, Daddy, we're getting there, because we really slowed down. It's a steep hill. And then once in a while, we get over it, and we just coast down, and they love it, man. They go insane. So we play these little games. It's a blast, man. And you see us all going like this. Got my wife doing it, too. It's just like if that's helping. It probably is. I don't know. But it's a lot of fun, man.
Did you ever take them to that place in the DR where you go in neutral and you go up the hill instead of down the hill?
The magnetic hill.
Where is this?
Type thing.
It's over by Banao.
Oh, no, I know it very well, but I haven't been there. Okay, I'm going to check that out.
There's
or not Banao. What's over Barona? Over by Barona.
Barahona.
Yeah.
That's where my family's from. Yeah, my family's from there. So,
yeah.
Oh, okay, gotta check that out, man.
Just do Magnetic Point over there and you'll see it. The last time I was there,
there's a few of them.
It was crazy. It
so
really
what happens? What does it do? Like how? What? Explain.
So there's one in Quebec and there's one in New Brunswick. I know. So those are close to you if you ever want to go and take the kids. There's a big one in New Brunswick called Magnetic Hill. It's an optical illusion. It's just the way the land is laid out. Like you will swear, Carlos, that you are going uphill. Somehow it's something to do with the configuration of the hills and the land around it. So you go to what you feel like is the bottom of this hill, and you put the car in neutral, and you coast up the hill. So,
but you're really going downhill.
You're really going downhill. It's a very slight downhill grade, but everything that you're brain is telling you is that you're going
all the
uphill.
visuals looks like you're going
Yeah,
up.
all the
I
visuals
could
say
see
that you're going
yeah.
uphill. I can't. It's something to do with the geography. So
Got it. All right, so that
yeah.
sounds very interesting.
It's
I'll
super
check
cool
that out.
actually, because you just go. They used to be free when I was a kid. We used to go stop there on my way to visit my grandparents that were in New Brunswick, and we go, and it was cool. I think they actually charge you now to go in, but because it used to be just like a country
won't
road,
shock
right?
me.
You just
Yeah,
put the
won't
car in
shock
neutral
me
and
now.
you're like,
Somebody,
yeah.
if we found a way to
Yeah.
monetize that.
But
Oh,
but it's
boy.
crazy. Like it's like when you're there, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. Here's a hill, and then you start going. You're like, no way. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is no way.
Yeah.
You can't believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is.
The brain does funny things, man. Have you guys been to Toronto on one of these fun houses where they have a plank you walk across and they have a turning tube with lights that you walk in through. So as you're walking through, they have rails and then they turn it on, and next thing you know, the lights are turning sideways. This way, you're on the plank. You're not turning yourself, but your whole body's leaning like this on the thing because you think you're falling off. And when they turn on the lights, you realize you're like this, and you're like, "What the heck is happening? The floor's not moving." So but your mind thinks that you're falling just because the way they put the lights and the way they turned them. It is the most crazy thing I ever felt. I'm like, "What is happening? We're about to flip over." Then they turn on the lights, and we are like this, like, what just took place? The optical illusion is just incredible. So if you never tried, they got a few of these fun houses in Toronto, up in Canada, and they're crazy. They're wild. So it's got to be something like that where your brain is confused on what's happening.
Yep.
But yeah, look at QBT, guys, just collapsing completely, man. This thing is going below 12 now, and it is just giving some back, closing the gap. It was up at 28% at the VWAP, now down to 18%. Still strong stock, but definitely losing some action here.
Cubert. Every time I see QBT, I think of that Atari game. You remember Cubert? That would jump on the squares. Yeah, that's what I think of when I see this stock.
Cubert. It was a very frustrating game because you had to always do the diagonal, right, to get from square to square. You get it wrong, and then you die.
Yep.
I hated that.
Oh,
you're unalive.
Beautiful.
Unalived. Yeah.
Unalived. You've been unalived.
This is one you guys might have probably seen. Just thought about this with this optical illusion stuff we're talking here. I don't know if you've ever been next to two semi trucks on both sides and they're both moving slowly.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
think your car's rolling back and you start hitting the brakes. It's really, really messes with your mind, man. It like throws you off big time.
Yep. Yeah, I've done that many times where you're like,
I'm like, what?
You know how your foot goes super hard on the brake, and you're
Yeah,
like, I'm pushing the brake as hard
hard.
as I can. Why am I still moving? And you're like, okay, actually, it's not me. It's the
it's the semis.
Wild.
It's the semis. Yeah, because all of your points of reference are moving on you, right? So,
yeah, that happens a lot here in the George Washington Bridge because you have semis all over the place. So if you get stuck between two of those, oh you'll definitely feel that.
Yeah, no, thank you. I don't like semis, especially on bridges.
Yeah, man.
Look at this. Cubert.
A lot of weakness out here so far. Could be setting up for a nice reversal recovery type day, depending how the market feels.
Man, NVIDIA. Every time I look at NVIDIA right now, I'm just like, man, that was such a nice trade, except for my entry. Entry is what got me. It's a little lower than I should have been.
All right.
Should have probably gotten back in.
Space, Chris. Space. Use space, Chris. Use space, and then enter. Don't be sending no one-letter words, Chris. All right? No. Space. Enter. There we go. Oh, baby. All right.
Get so excited.
Yes, 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 yes.
Ah, come on. Let's see if I can get another pullback on this MES, maybe, before we break 73.80 again. Man, what a awesome trading day today. Lots of opportunities, both upside and downside. Apple was ugly as all can be. Apple is a terrible stock to trade today. Look at that. Overlap, 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 overlap. It's almost like Apple wants 300, but people don't want it to go there yet.
Yeah, Apple's been messy all
Like
day,
they just
man. It's just...
Yeah, they just keep fighting it. It's in an uptrend, right? But I mean, it is ugly. Like that would be.
Oh, Mike left the building. He was a good man.
Oh, yeah.
I
What
saw he just froze and left. So. Mike, maybe lost connection. It was very random. Maybe lost connection. All right.
Okay. Uh-oh.
What do we have here?
Looks like his computer failed on him.
That's what happened? Oh,
Yeah.
man. Well, good thing he was not in any trays. That is good. Any potential reversals? You know what? There should be. I'm not a great reversal, so I'll let Peter tell you if any good ones coming up. I don't see any right now. I mean, but look at Tesla though. Look at Tesla go. It's lower and lower. So this is a good setup potentially for later to find some reversals, but I don't see any good ones right now. Actually, let's go through our list. Here's HIMS at the VWAP, so not doing anything right now. Microsoft, not great. I like stuff like this, like Tesla. Look at the drop. This could potentially become a good reversal double bottom. Same thing, AMD, not as clean as Tesla. QUBT is another one that's trying to find a support area here, 1222. And again, still strong, up 19% now, but I lost a lot of ground. So there's a couple here that might be decent. Peter, how about you? Do you see any of that potential reversal plays today?
Not yet. I mean, yeah, I mean, ASTS I'm watching to see if it wants to reverse down here. Like you say, QUBT is not in a bad position, but the problem is, look at the decreasing volume, right, on QUBT. It just, I need to see some sign that maybe it's hit a bottom. The other one is Tesla, which Tesla has pulled
Tesla's
down here. Now it's setting a new low right now, so I don't think it's done yet, but it also looks a lot like the market. It doesn't seem to be moving very independently today, so but that's what I'm keeping an eye on.
Will be interesting to see how Tesla, Apple, and some of these companies are going to be represented over in this trip in China react after what comes out of that, and any news, any tweets. If anything, Hopefully, positive can help these stocks, especially Tesla. Like, a lot of stocks don't need help. Like Apple's at all-time highs, doesn't need help. The only one that can benefit the most out of all of them is probably Tesla. I'm thinking from a daily chart perspective, right? They can get back up to their 500, 480-ish level. So the rest, they're doing pretty well. I don't think Apple's worried. Let's say hit their all-time highs and trying to get to 300 here. So we'll see. Visa, who else is going? MasterCard. These stocks don't trade very well. What is MasterCard's ticker? It's not MC. Anybody know? MA? Oh yeah, MA. MasterCard's MA. Yeah, it's just light volume. Airlines. Not doing a whole lot. Who's buying all the Spirit planes? Who's gonna buy all these yellow planes that we have hanging out in in Newark Airport parked? They're all parked on the side. You can see all of them. It's so funny. Can't miss them. They're nice and bright and yellow. I wonder who's buying these. It's gonna take a lot to cover the white, the bright yellow. It's gonna need a couple of coats to get that thing not to stick out. Oh baby. All right, see, Kyle is joining us. Aim will be on shortly, friends, and we'll let our friends take it to the next segment here. As Peter and I wrap it up for today. So hit that thumbs up over on YouTube, guys. Me and Peter will come back and see you guys tomorrow morning. But for now, Kyle and Eamon, we'll see how they traded and what they did today. Eamon, welcome back. How are you?
Good morning. I am doing good. How did you guys do today?
We did good. QUBT was very nice to us today. Treated us actually very, very well. Hopefully you guys had a good day also.
It was amazing, and we'll walk the YouTube through it a bit later today.
Awesome. Looking forward to your show.
Awesome. YouTube. Kyle, how are you guys doing? Do you all have a good day? Kyle is on mute.
Kyle, we can't hear you. Just want to make sure that's not me, but yeah, needs to be on your end.
Well, while Kyle is figuring out the microphone issues, exactly, YouTube, how are you doing? Did you guys do well today? It was an amazing day. We'll walk you through the trades a bit later. Had one win, one loss, but I'm still looking for more trading opportunities. Oh, hey, Kyle. How are you doing?
Every day I fight this microphone. Every day. That's okay. Here we are.
I can see that. It's a habit that we get used to.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How was your day?
I'm great. I've had honestly such a great morning. I'm in such a good mood. I was 3 for 3. I just feel great. So I had a great day.
Well,
that's good.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
YouTube, did you guys have 3 of 3 today as well? Hey, Candy.
Oops.
Let me quickly scroll through the chat here on YouTube, see what we had. BPT needs to invest a pair of headphones for Kyle. Yeah, we'll make sure to tell that to Andrew.
I'll buy some. I promise.
See, I guess not. Kyle got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. QUBT, Carlos and Peter said that it did really well. And actually it did. It was a classic 1-minute opening range breakout. And it was also a classic 5-minute opening range breakout. I'm not really sure what they did. Did they play a 1 or a 5-minute ORB? But both setups were actually amazing. Ended up reversing later. Not something that I would have traded too early for stock this strong to go for a reversal, but it did what it did.
Did you trade Apple today?
No, I did not trade Apple. Apple did not give me what I wanted to see. I can see that it's running and it was the only stock on my watch list today. But it started breaking during the pre-market. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for this consolidation area on the 5-minute chart, and I wanted to play the break of it. Unfortunately, the breakout happened during the pre-market. This happens sometimes, no regrets. And if I see that the stock breaks during the pre-market, I usually wait for a pullback before the continuation. But the pullback and the continuation both happened during the pre-market as well. So no trades on Apple. QUBT was actually really good. I was not watching it. I did not trust Carlos and Peter on it, but they knew better. So the setup overall was really good. Stock gapped up, had good catalyst, had good volume during the pre-market, beautiful consolidation, and this is what I care about the most when I'm playing breakouts. And it gave a nice trap. It gave a nice fake breakdown during the pre-market before recovering and setting up for a 1-minute opinion range breakout, which actually was good. I mean, for whoever played it, good job. I can see that the whole market is selling off at the moment. Qs are selling off, SPY is selling off. And we briefly talked about it during the pre-market. Today was finally the first day where we had an ugly gap down after a big move with a small head and shoulder setup on the 16 chart. We did not have any head and shoulders pattern for a long time, right? It was just making higher highs and higher lows or lower highs and lower lows until today. Nice head and shoulders pattern. And this is actually good. Market needed the pullback. Probably going to slow down for the next couple days, maybe for the rest of the week. The weekly chart is slightly struggling. I would love to see the market pulling back because it's going to give us really good opportunities to trade. At the moment, it's tough. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, I was just gonna say when the market, it's all-time highs every day, every week, it seems like, why do you feel that when, like, it's that elastic band theory that you use, right? It stretches so much, eventually it has to snap. But why is it snapping so beneficial for the market? Just because it equalizes everything out, or?
Because the market is so extended right now that big players and smart money is not looking to get into this area. The price is overstretched, and smart people, smart traders, they usually wait for bigger pullbacks to jump in for investing or for longer term trading. You know that buying 10 shares at 733, seeing it dropping to 700 is not that much of a loss, right? It's just like $300. But buying hundreds of millions of dollars at 733, every single cent actually matters. So big
Right.
players are sitting on a big pile of cash at the moment because they need the market to do this corrective pullback before they jump in. That's why it's going to be healthy for the market to see it dropping down. It's also going to be healthy for the market to drop down because we'll have good short trading opportunities. We'll have good pullbacks. There are the FOMO traders or those who are having strong mindset that the market is still strong. It will be really good for playing pullbacks to the long side. Every single bottoming price action like this gives you not a small pullback on the 1-minute chart before the continuation, it gives you big pullbacks. Any single consolidation gives you big pullbacks. And same thing around here. Any small consolidation could give you a decent pullback. So playing reversals, playing pullbacks is profitable. Playing shorts longer term is profitable. And then playing the long after a few days, once it starts bottoming, approaching the $730 or $720 area, will also be profitable. Unlike the market being at all-time highs, my market sitting at all-time highs and stretched, you get really small pullbacks to the downside because buyers just start stepping in. The reversals, while the price action is sitting across all moving averages, does not have any follow through. It's just small move, break of the high, small move, break of the high, small to the downside, break of the high, and then it just reverses out of nowhere. So it's tricky and difficult to play reversals to the short side. That's why when the market is really strong, I love seeing a sell off and then try to catch a reversal to the long side. You'll get more follow through playing reversals to the long side than follow through playing reversals to the short side. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be healthy. It's going to be clean. We'll have a lot of trading opportunities.
Great.
Awesome. So let's take a look at what you did. I can see you sent me your trade on QUBT. There it is. If you want, you can walk us through it through your
Of course,
through your
yeah.
trading plan.
So I had a hotkey error. So this was 3 trades. So on the fourth candle, I went long there and I partialed and I actually ended up going short. So I took a page out of AMD and I got all out. I freaked out. I ended up going short like 2,500 shares, which is way more than I usually trade. So I got all out on that candle. I was anticipating a opening range breakout on it. Andrew got in on it, so I was like, and I don't want to mirror trade him, right? So I just got all out. Wasn't part of my trade book. So I ended up making like $15 on that trade or something. Panicked, got all out, and then I did a really nice 5 minute opening range. I did a tier two size to start, and then ended up adding on the what candles at like 937. So I was absolutely full size for the 5 minute opening range. And I've really been working on my partials and not partialing too soon. So I was risking 20 cents on this trade. I think my average was 13 uh 40 after the ad. So then I started partialing. No, on the second candle or the after the 5 minute opening range.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, here. So yeah, so I was partialing all the way to the top, anticipating 1450, and then it came back down. I added, and then I got stopped out, break even, and then I actually flipped my position short at the 950 candle. So the SPY started really selling off, and I caught that whole move, and I'm actually still short. So partial added about 2 or 3 times. I've had an unbelievable day. This is one of my best days I've had in a long time. So I'm looking on Market Atlas. I think 1180 is a big order. I think
So yeah,
1175. I think
yeah, I
in and
can see
around
that.
there.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm just holding it now. I only have about 150 shares left, but great day. Yeah. So a really nice 5 minute opening range breakout. And then I tried adding a couple times. And I'm working on my ads because my ad, so I use equalized risk, right? So I kind of just try to gauge what won't mess my average up too much. But the 946 candle, that ad was way too big. It went up a little bit and then I just got stopped out. And then that doji candle, I flipped it short on that next candle to the right. Yeah, right there. And then I rolled that all the way down. The SPY was rolling over, Qs were rolling over. And yeah, I'm still in this trade. So yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
good job. Good job. So okay, what's your opinion on IBM? Okay, so let's take a look at IBM. First of all, for now at least, shorter term, I am short bias on this thing. You can see that IBM was forming a nice bear flag. First of all, it's a choppy stock. We are sitting in a bit of an ugly range, right? We were sitting in a range here. We did break it nicely, then we were sitting in a range here, and then we did break to the downside, and then we ended up sitting in a range around here. What does this mean? Probably up until today, I would have been long biased. These 2 weeks, seeing that it's sitting closer to the bottom, I would have been expecting a break to the upside all the way to $250 area. But I can see that we ended up breaking all these consolidation area. And it seems like we're going to start the second leg to the downside. Daily chart, take a look at this. You can see a clear descending triangle set up on this thing. High, lower high, and a lower high, more or less, right? You could go for this, you could go for this. People just view these descending triangles or setups in a different way. But either way, you can clearly see that we have high and lower high. Then we had a good consolidation, a fake break to the upside, and then it continued making the lower highs. And now we're breaking the bottom, which is also a nice and bearish sign on IBM. ATR wise, this thing has an ATR of $6 approximately, which means that this thing can sell off from 224 all the way down to 218. Now let's take a look at IBM on the level 2 actually. We have a big order, 220, 1,800 shares. It doesn't seem that much, but it's a lot comparing to everything else that we have. And then we have something at 218, which is also around 1,300 shares. So yeah, this thing's still bearish. And even though it looks like it's bottoming, I know that quite a few people might think that it's forming a reversal setup. Since it's consolidating around the bottom, I would not be touching it for a reversal. This thing has a lot of room to go lower. So if you want to play it for a short, that's a good call out. but make sure that you are also going to be getting a good risk to reward ratio to the downside. I can see a chart, but I don't see a good risk to reward ratio. Now let's see what else you guys had. Isn't Atlas overall bullish on QUBT? It is. Overall, it is more bullish than bearish based on Atlas, because if you zoom it out, you can see that we have 140, 300, 205, 240, 73 in comparison to whatever we have below it. But it also depends on how you view it. If you zoom it out too much, this thing is bullish. If you zoom it in more, it is more bearish, right? So shorter term, based on Atlas, it's more bearish. Longer term, it is more bullish. Along with that, you need to put the whole market conditions into the play. So yes, QUBT has big orders on the top, but the market overall is weak. And it's dragging QUBT down with it. And QUBT has bigger orders to the downside. Maybe buy orders, maybe cover orders. Does not really matter, right? But for now, combining that with the whole market structure, it's actually a really good short. I don't think it's a good place to enter right now. QUBT, looking at it right now.
No.
And look at this. This is what we were talking about, level 2 supporting the price to go lower. So we suddenly had a few thousand shares popping up here, which is trying to absorb the buying pressure before QUBT makes second leg to the downside. So this is not a good place to enter to the short side. Too late already. If you managed to enter earlier, well done. If not, then forget about it. You are too late for this trade. I took 2 trades today. One of the trades that I've taken was on Amazon. Wasn't a bad trade in my opinion. I liked it making a higher low. So on the 60-minute chart, initially it looked like a higher low. That's what it looked like. Down, up, down, and recovering. And on the 5-minute chart, we had the consolidation area. We had a fake breakdown. We had the recovery. I played it long, put my stop loss, lost a full R on it. That was the quickest loss I've ever had in a while, right? Like literally in and out for a full loss. Painful when that happens, but it is what it is. The trade that made my day was NVDA. Similar trading concept, but better than Amazon. First of all, NVIDIA has a strong daily chart. Previous day is a green day. So I'm expecting a continuation day to day. Next thing I took a look at was the 60-minute chart. 60-minute chart had a nice ABCD pattern or a flag, right? I mean, it goes to the upside, drops, bottoms before the second leg to the upside. Then we have a nice consolidation here, above this consolidation here. So basically previous resistance acting as support. What happens at the market? It sells off. I don't care about it because my bias is to play to the long side. After the break, it recovered into the middle. Exact same thing Amazon did. What did I do? Played it long, break of the range, added to my position. And now the real question, how long can I hold on to this trade? And the answer is in the ATR. The average true range in NVIDIA is between $6 to $7. So that means that I can hold it from 217 all the way to 224. But obviously 224 means stretching it, going for 100% of the move. I decided to go for around 90% of the ATR and I exit all out around there. There was no good ad place, unfortunately. So I just had my entry, initial stop loss, add, moving my stop loss, and I rode the train all the way to the high. That was beautiful, around 5.5 hours, so up around 4.5 hours for the day. And this drop around here is not NVDA being weak. This drop around here is the market being weak and dragging down everything along with it. Fardin is asking, do you have any active trades at the moment? I do not. Kyle is sitting short in QUBT. He mentioned that already. I'm not sitting in any active trade, but I'm actively looking for a trade. If we find something, we'll take a look at it. Chris talked about INTC. Chris is short, I assume, on INTC, right?
Hey, but when you're looking at the ATR of Intel, sorry, you pulled up that on the 60-minute chart to see the range?
I checked the ATR on the daily chart, first of all, and the ATR on INTC around $6. So then you just 6 to 9, yeah. Then you go from the highest point, previous day close or high of the day. In this case, it's previous day close. So the ATR on INTC is done at 123. Now it's already selling off past the ATR. But probably the main reason for that, like I said, the whole market dragging everything down to hell with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Ashwin is asking, where do you find the ATR of stock on trading terminal? Fundamentals. Go for fundamentals tab and type whatever stock you're looking for and check the ATR. So this is my trading terminal. And this is the ATR, you see, in the fundamentals tab. Apple gives you some information about the stock. And there it is, that's the ATR. Good. So, do you have time to talk about simulated live? Yeah, I will talk about it. Carl, do you want to start maybe answering that question?
Do you have time to talk about sim to live?
Sim to
Yeah,
live
I mean,
transition, yep.
yeah, in my experience with trading, going from simulator to live, it's just a bit of a psychological shift. However, if you built a trade book and you journal and you understand that your system does work, the psychology doesn't need to affect you as much as you think. It does. However, for me, having a smaller account size, start small and just build up, right? Because it does affect your psychology, there's no doubt about it, but you can be confident in it. If you've been trading long enough and you have a good system and you feel good about it, you can be successful live trading. It doesn't need to be as big as a jump as some people make it to be. With that being said, it is a jump because when you go from playing with what is essentially fake money to playing with your real money that is taking food out of your family's mouth, it is going to affect you. But just trust your system and don't cut your winners too short, but cut your losers quick. That's my 2 cents.
As well, um, I'll share with you guys what I usually share with my mentees and people that I work with. There are a few steps for transitioning from simulator to live. Obviously, the best thing you can do to yourself is trading in simulator because when you just start trading, because it's guaranteed that you're going to lose money. And the real question, why lose real money when you can lose fake money? Obviously, some people just don't feel like trading in simulator because psychologically it feels not accurate, so they trade live using a small risk. Totally doable, but my tip is to stick to simulator. While you are in simulator, the first thing that you want to do, like Kyle said, develop a trading system, a system that actually works in simulator, backtested, journal it, and make sure that you have at least 3 green months in simulator. 1 green week, anybody can have that. 1 green month, anybody can have that. You just need to be lucky a little bit. But 3 months in a row, it's not luck, it's a skill. Once you hit the 3 months green in simulator, this is where the transition could get smooth. And that's what I usually tell my mentees to do. Switch between simulator and live. So the first week of live trading, break it down like this: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. First day, simulator. Second day, live. Third day, simulator. Fourth day, live. Fifth day, simulator. Doesn't matter what your result is, mix it between simulator and live just so that you can see that. It doesn't matter whether this day is green, this one is red, this day is green, this day is red. Just switch between simulator and live because this system around here would allow you to confirm the trading is exact same thing, whether it's in simulator, whether it's live. You don't put yourself under pressure of going from simulator into 5 days trading live. The next thing you want to do is calculate your total results for this week, simulator and live, not only live or simulator. And if the total result is positive, the next week you add one live day, live, simulator, live, simulator, live. If the total is negative, you go one step backwards. Simulator, live, simulator, live, simulator. You treat it like a game. And you will keep doing this for as long as you need until you hit 5 days live. So let's say this day was green, this week was green, live, simulator, live, simulator, live. Next week you add another green day, live, live, simulator, live, live. If it's red, you go one step backwards. If it's green, you go for live, 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 live. Usually it takes my mentees around 2 to 3 months to finally go from simulator, live, simulator, live, simulator to live, 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 live. So you see the goal around here is not to make money or to be positive. The goal is to win this level. You need to treat trading as gaming, where you have multiple levels and final bosses. You treat it like a game. The first chapter around here is to develop a system that works. Second chapter is to have 3 green months in a row. Next chapter is to finally be able to trade live every day. Without having this transition around here, you do not have this level of trading, right? So your goal is not to be green in your live account. Your goal is to be green for the week. Obviously trading your system that's actually working. And the moment you're allowed to trade 5 days live in a row, what do? You switch to the next level. And the next level is to increase your risk per trade. So around here, you're not increasing your risk per trade at all. And I usually suggest risking coffee money. What's coffee money? Something that you literally don't care about if you lose. $5, for example, per trade, $10 to $15 a day maximum. If you lose that, it's not catastrophic. Your family is not going to starve out of hunger, right? And you risk this small amount of trade until you hit 5 live days a week. After that, you start increasing your risk. How much? The exact same way, so that you don't feel it. By 10 to 20% for every green week. So if this week you are risking, for example, $10 per trade, next week you'll risk 12. After that, you'll risk 14. But around here, you don't go one step backwards. If you were risking $10 and you had a red week, next week you risk $10. If it's green, next week you risk $12. If it's red, next week you keep the 12. Green, next week you risk 14. Because this way you're not going to feel the difference. Some people are doing this. I'm green for this month. So the next month, I'm going to double my risk. Catastrophic. Because you are going to see a big shift on your P&L. Whenever the price is going in your favor, you are making double. And whenever it's going against you, you are losing double. That's going to affect you psychologically a lot. But if the difference is just 10% or 20%, it's like slippage. Like losing a little bit more because of slippage or making a little bit more because of slippage. And this process around here is going to take you a lot of time. It's not going to be 1 week or 2 weeks. You're developing a trading system 3 to 6 months. Then you're trying to go for 5 days live for somewhere around 3 months. Then you're trying to increase your risk from $5 to $50, somewhere between 5 to 6 months. And that would take you approximately a year and 3 months. And you see what you're focused around here? Not making money. You're focused on the process. You're focused on like taking your trading from one level to the next level, from the next level to the third level. And once you complete this whole process around here, you'll have over a year to a year and a half of experience following the process. And you'll have all the trust you need to make sure that your system is working. Why is that? Because initially you confirm that your system is working 3 months in a row in simulator. Then you confirm your system is working when you were transitioning from simulator, live simulator, live simulator to live simulator, or to 5 days live. Then you confirm that your system is working by slowly increasing your risk by 20% for every single week. That's how you develop the whole confidence in your trading system. And if you can't do that or you get stuck somewhere, then your system is just not ready and you need to continue working on it for more. This is my big tip of advice.
I mean, that was unbelievable. That's great. That's some of the best advice I've ever heard, honestly. Like that is great.
Thank you, Kyle. I mean,
I,
this is
honestly,
it.
I think for me, like looping back, just a quick takeaway. I've never even thought about doing that, to be honest. Like breaking the week down into the 5 days and going live for 3, simulator for 2. I honestly wish I heard that advice a couple years ago because that can really change. Because if you're going on tilt and then if you lose and the next day is in simulator, it's so good for your mindset to just come back down and just relax and start fresh on your day, journal it, and just go by that system. Wow, that is great. That's such good advice. Wow.
Exactly.
Thank you.
No, thank you. One of the things, there was one of my mentees who also was nervous trading live. And even while switching live simulator, he was more nervous within the live during the live days, but less nervous during the simulator days. So what did he do eventually? He asked his wife to pick random days for live and simulator. And she was choosing the account that he's going to be trading in, just switching in Dash Trader between live and simulator, and he was just taking the trades. And that also removes the whole pressure. So basically, there are so many ways to do it. You just need to find out what works best for you. Be it even your wife changing your account 2 days live, 2 days simulator, 1 live. And so you don't know what account you're trading. All you're focused on is trading your system that actually works in the long run.
Yeah. Amazing. That's such good advice. Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow.
So let's get back to
Still
trading.
selling off. Oh my God, Lord. Like the SPY, where do we see the market actually going? Like where could it go?
We're having a gap to fill, so I think the first place we're going to pause on is going to be the 731.50ish. Yes, that would be a good area to start looking for a small bounce or a reversal to the long side. Not necessarily going to respect it or it's going to hold it, but that's probably the first area where we can start looking for some sort of a bounce. As of how far this thing can sell off, this is literally the first red day in a while, like an actual big red day in a while, because the ATR on the SPY is somewhere around $7, and we're selling off from 739 all the way to 731. That's $8, which makes a good bounce around here, but it could actually continue selling off lower. Now, the good thing is that we're not selling off on huge volume. Looking at the volume, it's average. No big news, nothing catastrophic, not a high relative volume sell-off. So we can find a good bottoming price action and good reversal play a little bit later today.
I've added to my short on QUBT. I'm hoping my new average is 1180. My final target's going to be 1150. I've rolled this thing from $14 all the way down to this, so I've had a great move. I'm past the ATR, I believe. What's the ATR on
It's
QUBT?
way past the ATR. Just looking at
Yeah,
its price, it's way past the ATR. The ATR on is around 80 cents and it sold off like
80
$4
cents.
almost.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so this
God.
thing is way past its ATR. But that's totally normal. On stocks where you have like literally the first day after the news or the first day after earnings, usually they make like 200, 300% more. Another thing, guys, ATR kind of goes hand in hand with relative volume. The higher the relative volume, the higher the ATR. The lower the relative volume, the lower the ATR move. And if you take a look at QUBT, look at this volume around here that we have today, and look at the average volume. You can tell that the relative volume, even without having the relative volume indicator, is 10 times more, which makes sense why it made a move 5 times more than the ATR already.
What about profit taking? Like after, so QUBT, if they had good earnings, so it's obviously gapped up. So do you feel like a lot of this sell off? Obviously, the market's going down as well, but people taking profit from it?
Not sure that all this sell-off is going to be profit taking.
Okay.
I think it's just the market dropping to the downside. But look, there is definitely some profit taking. Imagine that you played QBT to the long side around $10 or around $9. Then you wake up and you see it around $14. That's like
Right.
55% move overnight. Going
You're
kind of
gonna
stupid not to
take a
lock
little
in.
bit off the top. Yeah.
Exactly. Look, kind of stupid not to lock in any profits on it.
Yeah, for sure. 80 cents.
And
Okay. What else is going on here? It seems like a lot of people are trading Intel still. So let's see. What's going on with Intel? Let's see.
let's say INTC. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything like significant at the moment. Not on Intel, not on NVDA, not on Apple. Everything is just going down with the market.
Yeah.
So for now, we need the market to slow down. We need the market to reach its reversal point, after which we can look for a reversal play. Uh, SOX is an interesting one. Someone said, yeah, David. SOX is a really good call out. Why is that? Because it's literally doing the opposite of the market. So this thing is a stock in play, it's independent from the market, and you can look for independent strategies on it. Similar to QUBT, though, this thing is already overstretched. Can it continue going higher? If you are already long in it, good for you. But if you are looking for a reversal play, the first thing you want to wait for is a reversal hourly candlestick. And we're not getting this reversal hourly candlestick during this hour, maybe within the next hour. So SOXS is not going to be ready for a reversal until maybe 1 p.m. Eastern. That's the soonest. There is obviously a chance for it to reverse before 1 p.m., but if that happens, I'm not going to be trading it. Oh, sorry, my bad. You said it's 3 times bear. I didn't know that. So basically, it's doing the opposite of the market. Then obviously stay away from it. Yeah, then
SOX.
obviously stay away from it. I mean, you're basically picking the opposite of the market for some reason. Anyway, SPY got so close to filling the gap and it's starting to bounce.
Okay.
It's starting to bounce, but not the best reversal play. I think it's going to make a new low. It's definitely making a new low of the day. The 30-minute candlestick is so bearish. The 15 is so bearish. It's closing as an inside bar candlestick. The 5-minute chart looks like a clean V reversal, but it's probably to trap the longs before it continues making to the low of the day. We need to wait for that to happen before we start looking for a reversal play. How about NVDA reversal? Exact same thing as the market. You can play these pullbacks, by the way.
Would Nvidia on the 5-minute chart, is that considered a V reversal? Like if you got in at 216, like would you target 217 or you hoping for a bigger move?
Obviously, if I played it for a reversal anywhere around here, I'll be already locking in some profits. 216.50-ish, 216.80-ish, 90-ish, 17, maximum 17.30-ish. That would be the maximum move that I'll be looking for. Because like I said, it's not a reversal at the moment. It's a normal pullback before the continuation to the downside. So the
Right.
dominant trend for now is to the short side, but the micro trend is to the long side. So you can profit on a long play on the SPY, on the Qs, maybe on INTC. It does not really matter what stock you are watching at the moment, but the dominant is still short. So it's going to make small pullback before the continuation to the downside.
I actually didn't even have SOX at, what is it, SOXS on my radar.
Mhm.
I took a quick short on it from 960 on the third red candle. I'm just going to target the 9 here. Looks a little extended. We'll see what happens. My average was
Yeah,
950 or no, 962. It's going to come back out and stop me out. I did get 2 partials, just a quick little scalp.
yeah, I don't see it going long yet. I think it's going to make a small new 1-minute high, continue going lower for a small move to the downside, after which we're going to get a good long. I'll call it the long in a bit. So it is going to 945 probably. It's just going to stop some longs, and then it's going to go to 945, and then it's going to start setting up for a long that's going to break the high of the day. Let me see. Ayman, question around judging your green week between simulator and live. Do you do it pre-commissions or after commissions? After commissions, obviously. But look, if you're trading such a small risk that commissions eat, then don't do it. Then yeah, do it pre-commissions. It's totally fine. I do understand that maybe if you trade with $2 or $3 risk, your week are going to be red simply because of commissions. You do it after commissions if your share size is already bigger and the risk is already past $10 per trade. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see, so it's try to go to the upside. It's probably going to make a new low, get closer to 945, and then around 945, it's going to be setting up for the second leg to the upside. Let's see if that happens.
I just know it's going to happen. I have a feeling. Because is that the what moving average is that?
That's the 9, that's the 50.
That's the 50, yeah.
On the 1, it's the 50. On the 5, it's the 9.
What did you say yesterday about the 9? On the 5, it's the same distance, right? Or it's the same price target, right?
As the 20 on the 1.
On the 1, right? Okay.
Yeah, the 9 on the 5 is basically like the 9 on the 5 is like the 20 on the 2.
Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Got it. Here we go. It's going to create a new low.
Yeah, it's trying to finally make the new low. It actually made it by a few pennies. There it is. That's exactly what we're saying, right? This thing is just trying to trap the shorts, trying to trap the longs, making new lows, then bottoming around here. Now, it's not guaranteed that it's going to make a new high of the day. Now we wait for a bullish candlestick around the 9 moving average on the 1-minute chart, or maybe a red to green around the 50 moving average. Let's see whichever happens first. If I were
Wonderful.
short, I would have been getting like most of my position out around here. It could continue going lower, like no doubts. The 15 is stretched, the 30 is stretched, but it's so rare to get like big V reversals all the way to the downside. It's most likely going to make at least some sort of a lower high or a fake break and a continuation. There is a chance for this happening, but this is more likely going to happen. So you can try to capitalize on a small move to the opposite direction as well. So let's see what's going to happen now. As long as it's going to the downside, guys, you do nothing. You just hold on to it. The moment you get a new 1 minute high or a red to green or a small bullish candlestick with a new high afterwards, that's when you can scalp along.
I just
Let's
sent you my
see.
trade. Stop loss break even. I owe you a couple beers. Thank you. Well,
Nice. Well, apple juice, please.
apple juice. Oh yeah.
So
You didn't drink,
there
right?
it is. Nice one. Nice one. Good job on the short.
Mhm. Okay. Well, another great day. Let's see. The Qs look to be going up a little bit here. Let's see. 701. How many days have you seen the market completely just sell off in its entirety for the whole day without giving like
So
a bounce?
So this
Does that
here
happen?
looks like a good setup for a long, just a small one, targeting the 957, 961, and then if it breaks the high of the day, the break of the high of the day before the reversal happens. Risky, but that's what happens a lot of times. Now, how often do I see the market selling off, you say? Like this, and then fully reversing via reversal? Not often, but you see, the thing here is that, remember when we were saying buyers are more, reversals work better uh, when the market is selling off on a bullish market. So
Mhm.
that's what we were talking about. Like when the market drops and it starts bottoming, you get really big pullbacks. Market selling off, you get big pullbacks. Market selling off, so it could be another big pullback as well. So reversals happening really nicely on a bullish market when intraday we are selling off. How often do you see a clear V reversal? So rare. 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 times. I wouldn't call it that rare, right? Because 1 out of 4 is not that rare. But
Right. Yeah.
but it gives you 4 attempts to playing a small long and then 4 attempts of playing a small short, rather than trying to go for full one reversal and then catching it only 1 out of 5 times and missing double moves 4 to 8 times.
Let's see here. Okay, I'm
So
all
you see
I'm
these
out.
guys?
Yeah,
This
you
is what
called
we
that.
we
Yeah.
call it like right here. And this is the importance of risk to reward ratio. You play it exactly where we called it at 948. You put your stop loss exactly at 944. That's literally 4 cents stop loss at this stage. You are already sitting at 1.5 hours. And at 456, you're going to be having the 2 hours where you can start locking in your profits and having it risk free. At this stage, you just partial at 2 hours and then you partial at 3 hours, which is 960-ish. And then you can go all the way to for a break of the high of the day if that happens. That's why I say like you go for you make money around here, you make money around here, and then whatever happens happens, rather than just trying to catch for a full move to the downside, which is going to happen 1 out of 5 times, right? There it is. And this is why they say like this here exactly. When you go for these small moves on the 1 minute chart, you need to make sure that you're going for good entries and good stop losses. This entry where we called it with this stop loss around here, 4 cents stop loss 60, 12 cents in profits, that's 3 to 1. But if you play it here, that's a mess. You're entering after 8 cents move, you're not even making a 1 to 1, then the price goes against you and you lose a lot of money. That's why timing the entry is really important. You can 1-2 cents makes huge difference on your PNL.
I think I've seen one of your webinars when you said that, like you can just trade like that, like just based off of risk mat or risk to reward on certain candles, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just aim for an accurate setup on a smaller time frame, accurate entry, really small move that's going to give you 3 to 4 to 1. You don't
Yeah.
really need to hold for full ATR to make 4 to 1. All you need is a good entry to make 4 to 1 trade.
Yeah.
Candy, one day I'm opening my own hedge fund and I'll take your money.
Okay, well, what else are we looking at here? I'm still short QUBT, just small amount of shares, but other than that, not much going on and just sitting back and watching the show.
It looks like it's slowly starting to bottom QUBT. The whole market is starting to bottom, which is actually a really good sign.
Hims. Looks like all the semis sold off for the most part, like RGTI.
Mm-hmm.
RGTI down 8%, SMCI is down 5%, QBTS, wow, yeah. And the same thing, like I think they had such a good run that it was due for a sell-off. Obviously, the market's going down as well, but you can't be that bullish forever.
Yeah. The oil gapped up a lot actually today.
USO? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. So during the pre-market, we had a really big move on oil. Gold dumped along with the market, which is not that frequent, right? A lot of times gold is doing its own thing. When the market feels bad, gold feels good. When the market feels good, gold feels bad, right? Because that's how people invest. When people feel danger, they start investing in gold.
What's silver doing today? Silver's at 76. Oh, gold's at what? 428? Yeah. Wow. I actually have some silver in my long-term portfolio. It's doing pretty well.
Why silver, not gold? I mean,
It's
eventually
cheap.
they do the same thing. It's cheaper, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Eventually it does the same thing, yeah.
Like look at that from like July. If you go to the weekly on silver, like $31. Boom. Look at this thing.
Yeah. Been flat for like forever, right?
I think it's gonna break out here. Like where was that? I think it was January, right? Yeah, it got up to $108 and then that week it just completely sold off and it's just been choppy since then. 76. Huh. IONQ. Huh. Are you on YouTube in the morning and then all afternoon you go into Bearable Traders?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube 8 a.m. till 9 a.m. Then I do my pre-market prep, do my trading, and I usually trade quickly, like 15 minutes, and I'm done with my day. This is my typical trading day. Then 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. BBT and chatroom, and we'll look for a reversal play.
Amazing. What time is it where you are?
It's 6:45 p.m. Good time for the day.
Great time,
I
yeah.
love it. Yeah, exactly. It's midday, chilling. Is it a good time to buy the dip? Jeff, it's a dip intraday, but it's not a dip on the weekly chart. This thing is going to dip even lower within the next few days.
Is my entry based on a 1 minute candle? Um, I have the 1 and the 5 and the 15, similar to how Eamon has the I think what do? You're the 1, 5, 15 on your charts?
Yeah, I have the 1, 5, and 60. Yeah, 1, 5,
1,
and
5,
60
60.
on this monitor.
But I look for my setup on the 5, but I usually just trade like the open, so I don't get a lot of candle confirmation, but it's always nice to look at the 5 and then pinpoint your entry on the 1 minute chart. What else we got here?
Yeah, this is though, guys, not my trading layout. This here is my trading layout. So when I trade, I have the 1, the 5, the 15, the 60, the daily, and the weekly. Sometimes I switch the weekly by the 30 when I don't really need it. So that's my trading layout. This here is my streaming. layout. Just a mess to share this layout while streaming. So many charts, so many details that are necessary for streaming. We try to keep it as clean as possible.
I'm gonna have to do that for tomorrow. So you have 3 and then market atlas. Okay. And you
Yeah,
just
for
have
the-
that on a separate screen?
Hmm?
You just have that on a separate screen?
Yeah, my trading layout is on a separate screen, obviously, but the streaming layout, I don't even trade on this layout. I just share it for YouTube. I share it for the chat room because
Okay.
people just find it confusing when there is a lot on one single screen, especially when they are not using it or we're not using these time frames for trading.
Why is the market down today? I think it was just overextended, right?
Yeah, there is nothing big, honestly. It's just that, like Kyle said, it was overstretched and it needed this pullback. And we've been talking about this pullback for the past couple days. That sooner or later, it's happening. It can't just trip up, go making higher highs and higher lows for like forever. It needs to slow down for the next leg.
Inflation. Was there much news today? I didn't even check if there was news.
We had CPI numbers coming at 8:30, but they didn't come in that bad. It was around what we expected it to be. So I'm not sure it was the inflation. Unless we had something at 10 o'clock or maybe 10:10. Did we have anything at 10:10, 10:15? Something that drastic? I know
think
that the
so.
most important piece of news that we had today was at 8:30 and it did not, there was nothing big about it.
Oh, the CPI? Yeah.
Yep.
The estimate was 332 and it was actually 333. Yeah, so 70 cents difference.
Yeah, it's almost nothing.
What else we have here?
But the market
So-
needed this pullback. Literally weekly, daily, 60. Everything was stretched. It needed this pull. It's healthy for the market. You said there were some news at 10?
No, wrong day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house reports, I think they were yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
wrong.
You got it. Are you gonna write another book?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to take a break from this book. It was 2 years in progress.
Mentally exhausting.
It is exhausting because I'm that person who can't relax until something's done. If I'm working on something and it's not fully finished, I know that I feel some weight. It's work that's unfinished.
Right.
And until I fully finish it, I'm not going to be relaxed. So once I completed that book, it was like a huge weight lifted out of my shoulders. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
I like this feeling for now. Let me chill on it.
Yeah, absolutely. How many reviews do you have now? And if you guys haven't checked out his book, do it.
You guys, if you did not read the book, give it a go. I'm sure you are going to enjoy it. It's going to teach you literally everything about multiple time frame analysis and everything that you need, no matter what trading strategy you trade. I'm not saying that because I'm the author of the book. I'm saying that because that's the truth. And read the reviews. I mean, I'm always asking for honest reviews, and I'm again asking you guys for honest review. If you feel it's a 3, write the 3. It's going to help me. If you think it's a 5, put the 5. And take in notes. I'm always taking a look at these notes. Feel free to email me with whatever feedback you have, ayman@bearbultraders.com. But I'm sure that this book is a game changer for a lot of traders. I did not just pick pieces of information from different books and put it in one single book. It's literally 10 years of knowledge put together in a good order, a technical order. And if you complete it chapter by chapter by chapter, it's going to make more and more and more sense. I've been in this situation where I was reading some books, and it was a little bit confusing. It was confusing sometimes because there are not enough examples. Sometimes it's not clear because you get the answers a little bit in later chapters rather than the first chapters. And I try to build this one step by step so that it's clear going from the first chapters till the final chapters. And everything that was explained was supported by real trade examples, not just charts and numbers. It was trades that I've taken with the entries and the stop process and all the triangles in them.
34 reviews. There you go.
Growing up,
Nice.
guys. We're growing up. Thank you for everyone who made the review.
Okay, well. QUBT, wow. This thing just keeps selling off. Wow. Where do you see QUBT headed to? Like what, like $11? It's like crazy. The move this thing. Wow.
Is it still dropping down?
I mean, it's consolidating more than anything. It's at about what, 1160? Yeah. Wow. Because yesterday's low was 1150, so it could come all the way down there. See what happens. Is that right or no? What's your black line? That's yesterday's close on your 5-minute chart?
Yes, this previous day close.
Thursday close, okay.
Hard to imagine that it's going to go all the way down there, but with this market, I'm not going to be surprised about anything.
No. 588. What did I just do? Oh God.
Thermal sculpt animations. Thank you. If you get any questions or you get stuck along the way, just shoot me an email.
Is there any news tomorrow? Let's have a look here.
Any news? I think there are a few things.
Tomorrow is Wednesday, May 13th. Good Lord. Time just flies by. It's crazy. Mortgage rates, mortgage, 830.
Oh, so QUBT, this thing is going to probably now squeeze all the way to 1180ish and maybe past 1180ish. If this 1 minute candlestick or the next one makes it to 1175, I would not be surprised seeing it at 1186 to 1190ish. We have a small trap on the 1 minute chart, but traps on the 1 minute chart mean nothing without supporting it on the 5 minute chart during this time of the day. But if the one makes it to 1175, we're probably going to get a bullish candlestick on the 5 minute chart. And if that happens, it's going to go closer to 1190ish at least. We'll see. At this stage, it could still be a retest before the sell-off. We need to see it going past 75 to have signs of at least a shorter term long play.
Is that based off of the 1 minute, the candle that just showed up? Is that why you think
Yeah,
that?
this was just so obvious. Yeah, it was so obvious, right? We held the bottom for so long, and then it breaks on high volume and instantly gets bought back up. So if this candlestick or the next one makes it to 1175, probably it's going to make it to the high and maybe even more. Are you guys doing here swing trading? We're doing both. I do swing trading, I do day trading, but my swing trading style is a bit not complex. It's too easy that I rarely find good trading opportunities for it. 5 a year maybe. I'm in Microsoft long at $400 by the way, so it's hovering around my entry area. David, let me know what you think about it. Yeah, the whole market is in a mess right now. The whole market is in a mess. Everything is down, but we're going to bottom. You see, this is what we said. I mean, it's so rare to get V reversal. So it dropped, pulled back, and now it's coming back down. We'll see what's going to happen once it makes it to the low of the day. That's what is going to be interesting. MU doesn't care about market bottoming or finding a level of support. It's sinking. 10%. You're right. It's 10%. It's actually 10%.
I didn't have that would have been nice to have on the watch list, eh? MU, wow.
Yeah. I will actually watch this one in the chat room for a reversal. This is a good one to keep an eye on. Something that's 10% down, that's a beautiful number to look for reversal on. Let's take a look at the MU on Atlas. Thank you, Rakesh, and I would also appreciate your honest review once you are done reading it. So look at these guys. Atlas is so deep red on MU. That should tell you something. All right, you see how many orders all the way down to 700. I'm not going to play a reversal on it until it hits $700, and I do have a strong feel that this thing is headed to 700 today, or at least closer to 700. Yeah, see, they happen both at the open and later during the day. It just depends on how the market opened. If the market opens and goes sideways for the until midday, then the breakout could give you a good trend until the end of the day. If the market opens and gives you the momentum at the open, probably later during the day you want to go for reversals. Later during the day, you could get as big of moves as you get at the open, but in a slower pace.
Hmm.
All right. So, last question. Do you want to answer it, Kyle?
Yeah.
So,
Can you check OKLO? Can you check OKLO for what's your question here?
I think he just wants you to analyze it for him.
Oh, yeah. Again, this is way past the times I usually trade, to be honest, but could be a possible double bottom with the market still selling off. Personally, I don't think I wouldn't touch this, but yeah, don't touch
Yeah.
it, in my opinion.
Sultanov, I was interested in Netflix for a swing. I was waiting for it to drop to 83 to add. I was actually looking at it today for a swing, but look at this. It just doesn't care, in my opinion. It just made a move before going higher. Sorry, on Amazon, could you say the name of your book again? Yeah, I'll just put a link right now in the chat. It will be easier for you to get it. And the name is Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action. All right, guys. So we're past 12 actually.
Oh yeah, there you
And
go.
I have to be in the chat room. Thank you for hanging around with us. Trade smart. And Kyle and I are going to talk to you tomorrow. If you have any questions, Ayman at bearbultraders.com or Kyle at bearbultraders.com. Shoot us an email and we'll talk to you tomorrow. See you guys.
Thank you guys. Take care.